And we are live. Hello, everyone. A little bit late, but I am here now. And also, shout out to everybody. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I appreciate that. And we shout out to Bubbles the cat that's in the background. And also, we have some different topics about the the strike that occurred and hanging out and talking about different things while I play the game, and about to switch over so y'all could see me. Okay. All right. Hello, and I am about to get the game up, and I hope everybody's been having a good week and has a good weekend. And we have Kathy, and hello, Kathy. Good to see you. It's been a little while since I've seen you, and the other people, because of the trials, have been a little bit not happening as frequently. Stranded, I just started right now. I just was a little bit later because I got in late from the cats and I didn't really have. I had to get things done in a hurry and I didn't come here as quickly as I could have. But no, you're not seeing a delay. I just started. And also, now we have the game right here and about to switch the window over. Alright, and here we go. We have the game, and I'm about to get this up. Shh. Alright, so let's see. We have the Eclectic Alien Party and a strike, and just hanging out and talking about some of the scary stories. Alright, here we go. Alright, the game is loading, everybody, and Stranded, I hope that you have had a good week and a good weekend and everything. Alright, so we have. Now, the game looks a little bit frozen for some reason, but, I don't know what that is about. I don't know what that is about, but we have Stranded saying, okay, wasn't sure. I knew I was running late, but good to know I'm not the only one. Right, right. And also, the cat has treats and everything he needs, and I'm not too sure why he is talking, but and I probably may go over and pet him. He may want some attention. I've been giving him attention and all, and the cat's doing all right, and he's just been very talkative. All right, so the game is frozen, so we have to go and start it up again. Okay. All right, so we have this. Yeah, Bubbles is talking to Archer. Yep, he's communicating with his cat brethren Archer. Archer says hello, Bubbles. He's glad to see you. Okay, the game is not doing anything. Okay, so it must be the pirate servers must be having a problem or something because it's not on my end. And also, okay, so basically, okay, so I guess we're not doing the pirate game right now. We're going to just go to the other stuff. All right. Okay, Kathy, I'm glad that you came to say hello. And basically, I want to, tell you good night, Kathy. It's been a little while because the trials are not as frequent as they were before. But yeah, shout out to you and the trial people, and yeah, get some rest. Yeah. So basically, I'm just gonna start talking. So this week, I talked about the trial with the mother that was deleted, and the this new defendant defending himself, and the trial ended. Their stream ended, and they didn't continue it. So there wasn't really any trials today, and nothing really going on with that. So yeah, that is. So there's not really much going on with the other stuff with the trials. The trials pretty much are up in the air, and the YSL trial just keeps going on, but there was nothing really going on today with anything. And Stranded said, "Did you still want me to call in tonight? I got a lot to say about the strike." Stranded, yes, of course. I want you to call in, and in fact, I mean, you could call in a few moments, and if a few in a minute or two or so, I'll have you call into the show. I don't mind that because there really isn't any game or anything tonight because they seem like they're doing something on this on their servers or something. So I'm just going to talk about some things very briefly, and then Stranded, you could call in. I'll get it all set up for you. Okay. So basically, as I said, the trial chat. There's a new trial, and the individual, his name's Nixon, his last name, and he was defending himself. And one of our friends, Capri Law, that's a good. She's an attorney, and she's very smart. She was saying that he feels that the defendant did a good job setting out and laying the foundation to his case in the beginning, and he did good in the beginning, but he slipped up a little bit at some points but he's much more respectful than Darrell Brooks, and it's ongoing. And as I said, at some point I'll probably go tell the cat hello and see. I've been, as I said, petting him and all, but he may want some more company. Okay, Stranded. Yeah, so basically what happened was I was watching that, and that trial is still ongoing, but they cut the stream, and they have not gone back to it. So it's kind of up in the air. I don't really know what's going on with that one exactly, like why they haven't been showing it. And there just hasn't really all the other trials they were found guilty, and there hasn't been anything new with the trial stuff. Yesterday, Bina was here, and we all kind of like talked about the hurricane situation and the hurricane stuff that's going on, and also we have been doing well with it, but it hasn't really been on as frequently. Also, I saw the Beetlejuice movie recently, and I think it was very well done. Yeah, it definitely sounds very similar to Richard Nixon, very, very similar to Richard Nixon. But I don't think he's related to Richard Nixon, and he's different looking than Richard Nixon. He's uh, also I don't think he could still be related to him, but you know I don't think he's related to him necessarily. I would have to look into it. And also, I'll be right back for a moment. I'm just gonna pet the cat and be right back. All right. I am petting Bubbles while he eats his food. That's what I'm doing right now. All right. He's doing good. Good, Bubbles. All right, he's eating his pellets, his cat food, and I'm petting him. He likes company when he eats. Yeah, so basically, I think the Beetlejuice movie was very good, and it was well done. I think that it was a little bit shorter than I thought it would be, but it still was a good movie. And it had some interesting characters in it. All right, good Bubbles. Also, basically, I am. I was seeing the cat and talking to the cat. I don't know if what you all could hear what I was saying. But yeah, but Stranded says no spoilers. I haven't seen the movie yet. All right. So basically, I'm not. As I said, I'm not going to spoil the movie. I'm not going to do that. That's why I'm not talking much about the movie. But I'm just saying that I am. I saw it. It was very good, and they had interesting characters in it. And I think you'll really like it. You'll really like it. And the cinematography is very good in the movie. And basically, in the movie, they, you could tell the difference between this time period and the time period before that, because the camera editing style is different, and there's some mixed views about the movie, but I think it was good. So working on some projects today, I fixed some problems, and I'm glad I did that. And I was on some other streams talking to some people, and I was watching some mystery stuff. And let's see. Yeah, also because Bubbles, he likes to have company while he eats and hangs out. Yeah, and recently there is a strike going on, and the person in question did not. That they had the guy acts like a mob boss, and there was panic buying of toilet paper and water, and people were having a lot of problems, and people were getting triggered about the situation, and what they eventually came to a conclusion that they would give them a 62% raise, but of course they're probably going to be raising prices to make up for it. And I think that it was unnecessary to fuel the panic buy, and I think that these people striking could maybe choose a different profession, or they could do something a little bit differently and not cause all of this problem, all these different problems and stuff that they were causing. And also, I think a lot of people were not being prepared, but they're just acting in a mob mentality. And they wanted a 70% raise, and that was really ridiculous. And I think it's really selfish, and it's interesting that it happens right before an election. So, basically, in a moment, we'll have Stranded call into the show. I have to get the stuff set up. Alright. 77%. Okay. Yeah, I was just making like a generalization, but the exact number is 77%. Yeah, so the exact number is 77%. And basically, that was the rate that the people were, that's what they wanted. You know, but as I said, that would just cause a lot of problems to the economy because you have to raise the prices to get what the money the company wants out of the product, and I just think it was extremely inconsiderate. Let's see. Now, now what we will do is we'll have this up. Spaceship Cats. All right. Now what I'll do is I will go over here. All right. Let's see. Hmm. All right. I think I have everything set up properly with this. I'll get this. Let's see. Okay. One moment. Wrong thing. Okay. Thanks for the patience. Okay. All right. All right, Stranded. You can call in. Let's see if I have this set up correctly. All right. Yeah. So we'll be talking about the strike that's going on, and I think that is a very interesting thing we have to talk about here because it has caused a lot of chaos in our country, and it was projected to cause even more problems. And I think that people have to not panic by toilet paper. That's not necessary, especially considering that toilet paper is in the United States. It's not shipped in from somewhere. All right.
Hello.
Hello, Stranded. Good to hear from
Where's our cat at, man?
you. Yeah, I don't know. They
I
must.
don't know, man. I think we're gonna have to like swing by Hoff and Steady Alpha Five and all that, and pick up some of our people because they're just kind of scattered across the universe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that somebody might be giving away something for free.
Right.
Yeah, and also
So how has your week been going?
I'm glad to have you here. And my week has been going well. There wasn't much activity, and also with the trials, there wasn't much activity. But I enjoyed seeing the Beetlejuice movie and working on the different videos and stuff.
That's good. That's good to hear. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm waiting on the movie to come out on DVD. So I don't really go to movie theaters anymore. I can't tell you the last time I've been to a movie theater. I just usually wait for stuff to come out on DVD and buy it, and there you have it.
All right,
So
and
I am excited about the Deadpool Wolverines coming out here in a couple weeks. So I'm really excited about that.
all right, and also yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Also, I'm gonna tell you some things. So yeah, we'll do this as we usually do, and we will go as we'll do what we usually do with the call, and there'll be people who see the rerun and things like that. So it's good we are here talking about this. And also, how was your weekend? I mean, how was your week?
Oh, it was pretty good. A little busy at work, but other than that, it was pretty good.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Also, let me make sure of everything where it needs to be. All right. So, you can tell me your thoughts about this strike that's going on.
Yeah, I just, I had a couple little theories. I've told you in some of the comments on some of your videos that you put up and everything, which of course, they were the tinfoil hat conspiracy theory type stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
kind of plausible at the same time, considering, the administration that we have. But obviously, that wasn't the case. It wasn't a gaslighting for photo ops or anything like that. So that wasn't the case. But, obviously it was just really a very ridiculous uh, thing for them to even go on strike. I think that the companies, they made a very generous offer to avoid a strike, and the union turned it down, which I think that was pretty foolish of them to do so. The companies were offering, from what everything that I read, the companies were offering a 50% pay increase, over the next, uh, uh, spread out over the next 6 years. And they were also offering to um, not just match but triple the contributions, the workers' contributions to their retirement 401ks. So for every dollar that the worker put in for it, the company would put in $3, which is extremely generous. I can't think of any company that uh, you know has that high of a contribution rating. And for the union to say no to that, that was like, are you crazy? If they wanted 77% increase over the next 6 years, that's ridiculous.
Yes.
And we're talking almost 80%. And these dock workers, when you and I'm not talking about warehouse docks. I'm talking about the longshoremen, the out there at the ports and stuff like that.
Right.
They make buku money. I mean, these people are not struggling to pay their bills.
Oh,
Okay, they make some really good money,
I don't know what they make,
and
but that makes sense.
yeah, I mean, I can't, say like, oh, how much, that they make, but they're like, trust me, they're making a heck of a lot more there than the average blue collar worker makes. I mean, they're not hurting. Put it like that. They are not financially hurting unless they're just out. They're not, you know, unless they're just out, throwing money around uh, and not thinking about what they're spending it on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're not. Not. They're definitely not living hand to mouth like most people are.
Okay, well, yeah, see, like, I always kind of thought that because I would think that would be a high paying job. And also, I feel,
Mhm.
in my opinion, I feel unions make quite a bit of money in my opinion.
They do.
It
Union. I was years ago in a union, not a
okay.
very good union, but it was, still a union job, and it paid higher than the average companies. That in my area it was a above average wage for my area. So, union jobs, typically speaking, they do pay a higher wage than a non-union company. So
Okay.
there's that, and then you got to figure, those out there, those dock workers and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, they're to an extent, it is kind of how to put this. You could kind of pretty much anybody could kind of work that job, but at the same time, there are certain skills and qualifications that you do need to have in order to get that job.
Okay.
So, it's not what you would consider like a skilled labor or a trades job or something like that, but it's still, you do still have to have some sort of qualifications or some sort of experience with certain equipments and things like that. Now, when you get up into the areas of, say, like a crane operator or something like that, then yeah, that is where you are getting into the more skilled and more technical areas, and those obviously pay a heck of a lot more. A crane operator is going to make way more money than, say, your forklift driver or something like that.
Right.
So, and that was the other thing too, that that the union, the ILA, was balking about, was because they were saying, well, they didn't want any kind of automated equipment. Well, okay, well, first off, the companies already agreed, like several years ago, had already agreed to not have any fully automated equipment. Now they have semi-automated equipment, but you're going to need some type of automation with that kind of a job. You're going to need some type of automation equipment in order to make your job easier. Like, what is the union, especially this idiot, I'm sorry, but this union boss guy, like, what is he expecting? Is he expecting these workers to, like, manually lift up these shipping containers by hand and put them on the boat, or take them off the boats by hand? You're going to need some kind of automated equipment to do that kind of stuff. I mean, this isn't the 1900s. Even back then, I'm sure they had some type of, pulley mechanism, something. They
Absolutely.
weren't out there picking them up by their hands.
Right. Yeah.
Freaking idiot.
Yeah. 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 Because back in Titanic, in the Titanic movie, you see like they were putting the car on the ship. They had these like pulley things to put it on there.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just like, I don't understand what this guy's going on about with the automated equipment and stuff like that. Like I said, first off, the companies agreed to that a couple of years ago, that they wouldn't do any fully automated, but they still need semi-automated equipment. And semi-automated basically means you have an operator, a person operating that piece of equipment.
Right.
So there's still the human factor there. Yeah, I don't know what bee got in this guy's bonnet. I feel like somebody said something to him and he got butthurt or something like that, and he decided he was just gonna go on this little rant tangent and everything. And I'm sorry, but the companies ending up agreeing to 60%, they to end the strike, they went down to 60%. Even I feel like even at 60%, that was too high. I'm sorry, I disagree with the companies on that one. That they should not have agreed to that high of a hike, wage hike. You know, that was just that's just way too much. That's just crazy.
Absolutely, I totally
And
agree.
like you said, yeah, you know, I mean, like you said, basically the only thing that they really accomplished was just driving up the prices on everything. And you know, and I think you even said it, replied on one of my comments about, you know, when the prices start going up and all that, you know, people are going to start hating on this union, you know, and I agree with that. Definitely. And I don't know about if people is going to really hate on the union itself, because I don't feel like most people, I don't think, as far as the majority of the people in this country will have the mindset or the thought of it was that the the cause of what this union did is the effect of the prices going up. I feel like what the people are going to hate on is going to be the government or the, you know, administration or whatever. They're going to sit back and say, "Oh, well, they raised the prices. They caused this prices going up." No, not really. Not in this particular case. In this particular case, it was this full union boss, because he just had felt like he had something to prove.
Yeah, and it's like he had to show that he had to grab his nuts and say he's the tough guy.
Exactly. I mean, he definitely, if you listen to him talking and everything, he definitely had a chip on his shoulder.
It's like watching some the Goodfellas. People are saying in the comments like Goodfellas. It's also like the Untouchables movie. It's like they took a guy from the 20s and you brought him and you gave him some like modern outfit and or some kind of brain
Hmm.
swap. And yeah, he's just ready. He could go over and he took some. I think, in my opinion, I think he took some of Popeye's the Sailor Man spinach. I think that's maybe what happened.
Oh, that's funny. Well, at least Popeye, when he took spinach, it was for a good cause, you know.
Yeah.
But this guy, I tell you what, yeah, I had the exact same thought. You know, when I started listening to this guy talking, you know, I was just like, yeah, this guy think he is freaking Joey Soprano or something. You know, I mean, you know, freaking, uh, yeah, Godfather or something. You
Yeah.
know, like, geez, who is this guy? I'm sitting here like thinking, like, is he trying to be the next Jimmy Hoffa or something? You know.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I know about the Sopranos. I learned about that like a couple months ago from some other stream. Someone mentioned it. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. And I looked it up. I know what it is. But yeah, he definitely fits in that cliche of type of people. And I guess I think that basically he was causing more harm than good. And I think that he could. Some conspiracy theories suggest that he was some sort of a ploy by you know, by the elites to cause a disruption in the country because he used a lot of war tactics. Hello, Bina. Good to see you. He used a lot of war tactics, and he like taking something
Hey,
that's
Bina.
he took something that's dear. The ports are very important for the country. Through a war tactic,
Mm.
he was waging war in this country. I mean, I do wonder if there was other forces that could have influenced him to do that or something. What do you think?
I kind of wondered that about, why I didn't think about it on in the thought process, like you just said, as far as a war tactic and all that. But now that you mentioned it, and that does make sense. But I do kind of feel like that listening to him talk and the way he was acting and everything, I did kind of wonder about that. Like, who's paying him to do this? You know, so I did kind of wonder on that one.
Yeah, and very good point. Another thing about him, he is not poor. He has quite a bit of money.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure.
Yes, and also now it looks like Bubbles might want to be petted again, so I might go over there and pet him. But basically, so
Okay.
but yeah, but
Hey, I don't mean to sidetrack this for a second. Bubbles is being awfully talkative tonight.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
hey Bubbles, what's going on with you tonight, Bubbles?
and yeah. So basically, this evening he was talking a lot, and he has treats. I did the water and everything that could possibly be done for him, and like he likes somebody to be by him sometimes when he eats his food, and I pet him and he eats his food. But yeah, I don't really know what the reason is, but basically, yeah. Shout out to Bubbles. He's a cool cat, but he's being well taken care of, and also basically, so what do you think about this situation? Like, why do you think people panic buy the toilet paper?
I don't know. That's just pretty. Well, see, I'm gonna say this. I earlier today I went out to Walmart, do my shopping and everything. And now I did have to buy toilet paper, not because I'm panicking buying, it's because I legitimately needed to buy some. I should have got some last week, but with the rain and everything, I didn't even go out. And I was like, yeah, I can hold off for another week. And then all this craziness this past week with the ports and everything happened. But so there was toilet paper. There was some. It was kind of, you could tell that the shelves were a little bit depleted. The stock was a little depleted, but I'm not sure as far as in my area, 100% sure if it was because of people doing the panic buying thing or if it was just the typical first of the month. People got their checks and they're going out and buying stuff. Because usually first of the month is kind of going to the store around that time is kind of a little bit, you see, shelves kind of a little bit on the empty side. Um, so that's kind of normal, uh, like I said, for my area, anyways. As far as like what we saw in 2020 and what we're seeing now as far as people doing the panic buying on toilet paper, it's kind of a weird thing for that particular item. Um, Now, in a lot of like, I had somebody point out to me, and I didn't really think about it until they pointed it out, and it was just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because if you see like in a lot of like post apocalyptic type movies and um, stuff like that, they do kind of make this thing about certain supplies, toilet paper, and uh, certain items as like a luxury item. And if you have a stockpile of these particular type of luxury items, that's like going to be like the new currency, and that's going to be, if you have a stockpile of that stuff, you're like king of the world, you're on top. And So I kind of wonder if people are influenced by that sort of ideology of that they think if they stockpile these types of items, that when the doo doo hits the fan, as it were, that they're going to be, the kingpin or something like that. It's like, trust me, our ancestors for hundreds of thousands of years survived without toilet paper. We can survive without toilet paper in the future. So, I mean, there's things that people can do, leaves, cloth, you know, so it's not really a necessity type of thing. If
Right.
you're going to do this sort of thing, the thought, but in this particular case, as far as I just want to say, throw this out real quick. This particular get that stuff from overseas. We don't. That's not something that gets shipped in from overseas. So it would not. Toilet paper would not have been affected anyway. Um, uh, we manufacture that here in the United States. There's actually one company, I can't remember. I want to say Charmin, but I'm not 100% on that. That's actually manufactured right here in Ohio. There is like one of the big companies where they actually manufacture right here in Ohio. But Georgia, California, I mean, there's a lot of places, areas that have plants that manufacture toilet paper. So, um, so if you stop and think about the things that do come in from overseas, you're looking at your stuff like your electronics, your um, auto, cars and auto parts, steel, stuff like that, oil, you know. So it's like, I think people just kind of, I don't know what's the word, they just kind of went into a panic. I mean, it's exactly what it was. I think the media, I think people had that um, trauma from 2020 that, oh my God, it's the end of the world, just because that's what was pounded into people by the media back in 2020. And we're just, everything's going to shut down and everything's going to come to a grinding halt. So I think when this happened, when they went on strike, Monday, was it Monday or Tuesday they went on strike? But I think when that happened, it was just the media sensationalized the situation, and they, kept pounding on this thing about, oh, we're not going to get any supplies. Oh, they're shutting everything down. We're not going to be able to get anything. And it put people back in that panic mode, in that mindset of where they were at in 2020. And it was just like, oh my God, run, hurry up and go get everything, go buy everything. And it's just like, calm down, people. It's not that serious.
Right. And also,
and I do, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, because I kind of went along a little bit of tangent. The other thing too that I think that why people run out, why seems like toilet paper seems to be the thing that's targeted, is because of being the textile industry. So I think they're trying to harm the textile industry by doing something like that as well, which is not the first time in this country's history that the textile industry has been targeted.
right. And,
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
it's all good. Yeah, so basically, I think that you have very good points, excellent points about the situation with the, you know, the situation in question. But yeah, basically, I think it's best for people to be prepared, to not be scared, but be prepared. And I think that a lot of
Mhm.
people don't understand about logical thinking, that they do like a panic buying, and it's like a herd in the Lion King, when they have a herd of animals just running. It's just that they go into that animalistic mindset without being logical, and I think that goes for a lot of things. In a lot of different situations, people act like that.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like I said, and I think that the media definitely over sensualizes everything. These types of situations, and puts people in that mindset,
Right.
and which is like, obviously, we know who controls the media. It's definitely not the news stations. They haven't been in control in quite a long time. So, um, that's textbook communism. Right out of the communist textbook is, control the media, control the people. And so that's, what they're doing. They're controlling the media so that they can control the populace. And when they I almost want to use say this say like these test test marketing schemes, such as put the dock workers on strike. Let's see how people, and blow it out of proportion on the media, and let's see how people act. I just kind of feel like we're all just little rats in a maze in a laboratory or something. Let's do this or do that and see how people react.
I totally agree. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you see how many people are panic buying, and Peach and other people were all talking about basically prepping. We were prepping,
Mm-hmm.
and we were talking about the farmland situation. We were talking about how it's best to be prepared with food and supplies and stuff. It's good to be like that anyway. But yeah, and a lot of people, like the normies and stuff, they're not like that. And if somebody forgets something or whatever, that's okay. But it's people like in this hemisphere know that something's going on at least. And a lot of in our way, people that think like us, but a lot of people just they go into this herd mentality. Like toilet paper is not, you can't eat it. I mean, I wouldn't eat it unless people were into that. But it's not, it's not, it's not something that, maybe if you're in a spicy, people are spicy or something, they're into that. But like usually you wouldn't eat a piece of toilet paper. But what happens is a lot of people, wouldn't think to, get some food or some water and stuff. They just go and do things that they, shouldn't be doing. And that has to do with completely panic buying. And then when you panic buy, they clear up all the shelves. They get rid of all the stuff.
Like we're talking.
Yeah, it's kind of like we're all right for it now. And also,
Yeah.
and also the kind of in and out a little bit, but we're still here. And also, we have Bina saying that fiber. It's funny. Okay. And as I said, the stream could be having some turbulence going on, but it is holding up a little bit. You know, it's still holding up in there. It's the stream's still hanging in there. And also,
Going
Bubbles.
through the asteroid field.
Yeah, the asteroid field. Also, oh yeah, we're having some solar flares that are coming towards the planet. Matt was telling me about it. I wonder, that's possible it could be causing something. But basically, the asteroid field, whatever.
Oh yeah, that's definitely. It seems like whenever we have solar flares, Yeah, whenever we have solar flares, that kind of messes with the telecommunications.
Yeah, and also I was snooping around, and yeah, so Cox, what I use, is known to do the streams we have issues sometimes. The Cox is known to do that with everybody. I wasn't the only person having the problem with it, and when I was a kid and all, it seemed like a pretty good service, but it seems like it has some issues. But basically, yeah, it could have to do because we've had streams, as I said, that have worked perfectly fine, that have not had any problems. So and the internet was reset and all before I did this. And as I said, we're still hanging in there. And right now it's green, but it kind of going back and forth. So it could be a couple different factors. But yeah, I certainly think that it can affect the telecommunication. And basically, do you think that there will be a giant like I want to make clear what I said before rather is that I think there's going to be a giant increase in price as time goes on because of what they're doing.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I just, yeah, I mean, yeah, the price increase, that's definitely coming down the line because, I mean, if they're going to pay these people that much more over what they're already making, that's going to be reflected in the prices. It's a trickle down effect. I mean, we saw that, look at these people, crying about, fast food workers need to make $15 an hour. Well, they didn't really make a law on that that they have to pay them $15 an hour, but companies did start paying more for fast food workers. Um, I think here in Ohio, I think the governor raised the state minimum. I want to say it wasn't $10 an hour. I know he raised the state minimum wage. I can't remember now. People were trying to get it to go to $10 but that didn't happen. Wendy's, whatever, and those people are making like 11, $12 an hour, $13 an hour for what? And then now so what's the result? Well, now you're paying $9 for your Big Mac and you're getting a, a piece of paper thin piece of meat, if it's even meat, and with a bunch of bread and stuff. It's just like, it's just, that's the result of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing too is another result of wages. How to put this? You're kind of pretty much shooting yourself in the foot, demanding that stuff, because companies now they're going to find a reason to get rid of these people so they can bring in somebody going to do the same job at less pay, or they're going to get computers to do the job. But do you think that once the prices increased, and even if they do bring in people for less money, or they replace people with computer bots and stuff like that, do you think they're going to lower the prices? Heck no. Once they raise the prices, that's what it's going to be. SOL. And so, I mean, I think people, they just really, when, look, excuse me, sorry. Um, Way back when, let me tell you a little story here. So that way back when I used to work in restaurants, we had some people, quite a few number of people that wanted to slack off. They didn't want to like really do their work, but they were constantly complaining about not getting paid enough. So the manager, he decided he had a meeting one day. And we're sitting there in the meeting. He comes out with this big stack of papers,
Right.
slaps them down on the table. He says, "These are all the applications that I've gotten for people looking for work. And, this is what I've gotten in the last 2 weeks. Every single one of you, from a buster to a manager, all of us are replaceable. So if you don't want to do the work, if you don't want to do the job, if you don't like what you're getting paid, you know where the door is. I can have somebody in here to do to fill your position within a few hours."
Right.
And that kind of pretty much shut everybody's mouths. And you saw a lot of eyes getting wide and, kind of that, oh crap look.
Right.
So, and I just feel like maybe some of these companies, they need to kind of adopt that attitude, that, hey, you are replaceable. Don't think if you quit, if you leave, don't think for a second that this company cannot survive without you, because we can. I can have somebody in here to do your job, if not within hours, at least within a couple of days.
Right.
And I think people, yeah, and I think people need to start realizing it doesn't matter what job you have. I mean, well, to an extent, it doesn't matter. Obviously, if you're a brain surgeon, or something like that, that might be a little more difficult to find a replacement for you. But even still, they can find a replacement, I'm sure. But, I mean, I would say majority of the types of jobs that are out there that people are working, you are replaceable. And if you're coming in with the attitude of, telling the company you're going to give me this, that, and the other, and you're coming in with that kind of attitude, man, you and I feel like that's what these dock workers, that's kind of the attitude that they're coming at the company with. They're coming at the company like, you're going to give us this or else.
Right.
Honestly, I think I kind of, in a way, I kind of would have liked to see the companies have just said, well, you know what, bye. I kind of really wish the companies kind of took that route.
Absolutely. That would have been hilarious. And they would have. You see SpongeBob when SpongeBob went on strike at the Krusty Krab?
No, I didn't really watch that kind of stuff.
And
I mean, I know SpongeBob. I know the characters. I know the premise behind the. I've seen a few episodes here and there, so I know.
all right, so SpongeBob and Squidward went on strike, and they had their picket signs. When I was a kid, for a couple of years, I had no idea what that was. If that was a real thing. When I saw there was real people doing that, I'm like, oh, I didn't really know that. So when they went on strike, they had their picket signs, and Squidward had his bullhorn, and he was saying that they demand that workers be paid this and that, and he was basically the Goodfellas boss guy. He was just like that guy, and Squidward has his nice.
Okay.
Yeah, he was just like that guy. He was telling SpongeBob to do stupid things, and then Mr. Krabs replaced him with some teenagers that say like nice. They talk like that, like surfer people, and
Mhm.
they and then he got sad that he lost his job, and then they kept doing it, and then Squidward didn't want to be, which I'm about to check on the cat, but Squidward didn't want to be in that situation anymore because he didn't want to be an old man with SpongeBob protesting. He wanted his job back. Then Mr. Krabs came, and he said he came to his house in the middle of the night. He said, "I can't do this no more. You and the little yellow guy got to come back." And
Mhm.
and then, but SpongeBob was radicalized by Boss Squidward, and he went and destroyed the entire Krusty Krab, and they both go in to negotiate, but but that was a car that passed by the street, and I thought it was a screeching banshee or something, but it was just a vehicle passing down the street anyway. So basically, what happened was Squidward was no longer in a position to negotiate because the entire Krusty Krab was destroyed because SpongeBob got radicalized and he destroyed everything, and Mr. Krabs fell apart. Like he's a cartoon, and he fell apart, and he said that y'all gonna be working for me forever.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what I learned about the union strikes. And basically, I think that people are going to be like, these unions, I know that a lot of people probably are in unions, and there are people that are in unions that don't agree with this, but I think there'll be some people that are going to go, these unions they're going to think they're cringe, and they're going, basically what I'm saying is that it does the opposite of what their intentions are. So they think they're getting revenge and all, but it actually does the opposite, and they only hurt themselves more.
Right. I mean, oh, definitely. I mean, especially when they're, demanding such outrageous things. I mean, they just kind of really just kind of showed themselves to be kind of like a childish mentality of that, I want my way, and if I don't get my way, I'm going to temper tantrum, and that's kind of, what it looked like there, like they were just throwing their little temper tantrum.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of 3-year-olds.
And they didn't, yeah, and they still got like way more than I feel like that they deserved. They, I mean, like, look, when you have, when you're working, when you have, as far as, you know, working for somebody else, you expect a raise every so often, whether it be like a yearly raise or, majority of companies is like a yearly raise. There are companies that do twice a year or something like that. Um, so I mean, you're going to get a raise. Now, what your raise is going to be is kind of dependent on you as a worker. I mean, if you're, being productive, if you're doing a good job, if you're, getting along with your coworkers, and maybe you're going above and beyond, doing extra things or whatever, you're going to get a pretty good raise.
Right.
But if you're the type of worker that's, constantly slacking off and arguing with people, and, maybe you're, calling off work or showing up late or whatever, and, whining and crying about everything, your raise probably is not going to be that good if you even get one. They might even just kind of say, well, you're not getting a raise this time around because you need to make some improvements. And once you make these improvements, then we'll, give you a little bump up. But so, kind of your raises honestly are dependent on how you as a worker approach the job.
Right.
Is I don't think that it should be like you're going to get a $2 an hour raise every year, regardless, no matter what, set in stone, a $2 an hour raise over the next 5 years, 6 years, whatever, and you could still be a slacker and not do your job and be a bad employee. No, it should not work like that. No. And I'm not, oh, quick, look through his drawers. But anywho, I'm not neither for or against unions.
Right.
I feel like a company, as far as, I've worked in companies that they do what they're supposed to do as far as management and the company policies and everything. Where I work at now, it's a great company. It's not a union company, but it's a great company. Management is awesome. The policies, we got really good policies that, show their appreciation for their employees, and, and it's just, it's a good company. It's a good atmosphere to work in, and recognition programs, and yada yada yada. And so a company like that doesn't really need a union. There's no reason to have a union because they're doing what they should be doing towards the employees. And I've worked in other companies that they just treat people like dirt. Right. And those are the kind of companies you kind of look at and go, man, this place needs a union. They need a union in here because they just, treat people like dirt, and they don't want to do anything for you, and they basically expect you to give your life to the company. And it's like, no, I've got a life outside of here. I clock in and clock out and go home, and but the company has an attitude of, no, you're going to work 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. No. And like I said, they just treat you like dirt or whatever. And those are the kind of companies I kind of look at and go, yeah, this place needs a union. So like I said, I'm neither for or against unions, but sometimes I think some unions, they kind of get a little full of themselves.
Right.
And this is definitely a case with what we saw with the ILA. They got a little full of themselves. And I'm a little bit disappointed that the companies didn't knock them down a couple of pegs, because I feel like they should have been knocked down a couple pegs.
Right.
Just my opinion.
Right. Yeah. And also, I think you made good points about the unions. I, for one, think that it's good for people to be treated correctly, and I guess in certain situations you would have the unions at the places you spoke of. And as I said, I'm not familiar with unions too much, but I'm learning a lot from you, and I know a little bit about them. And yeah, I think that like what the Bible says that pride before the fall, and they could do that, but they can't get too carried away with it and then become something that becomes a hindrance to the workers and everybody else.
Right. Oh, definitely. And there was a time where um in this country where union was definitely a necessity because you know um, um, before.
Hello. Okay, so some reason it cut off, and also when I'm looking at it, and on my end it looks green, the connection with everything. Yeah, so I'm not really too sure what happened, but with stranded. But yeah, now I can see it. It's kind of cutting in and out. But basically, let's see. Okay, it must have cut out.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I heard you talking, but I guess you couldn't hear me.
Right. Yeah. And as I said, the stream it kind of like it seems a little bit in and out a little bit, but we'll see. How we get through this, and also so we can keep on doing that possibly. Yeah, but basically, I was by Bubbles, and I was getting him to, not to calm down.
Oh no, he's Bubbles is fine.
Yeah, yeah,
He's a good kitty.
yeah. I petted him and I was watching him eat, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. That in this country, at some other time period, the unions were good at helping people in situations.
Yeah, definitely. But and I don't know if you heard that part or not. But I was also saying that, I feel like we're as far as in this country and the way, um, businesses are structured now. I think we're kind of past that now. That I think that I think that unions, a lot of these jobs that are union jobs, it's more or less just to say, hey, I have a union job, instead of actually, being as far as for the worker or whatever,
Right.
or for workers' rights.
Yeah, yeah,
So, I just think we're beyond that as far as it being a necessity. It's more of a, I guess you could say, luxury, I guess. But and I just want to say too, and I just want to say that I do agree with Bina. I do want to agree with Bina that stocking up. is definitely a good idea. Um, and to be prepared for the worst, pray for the best, pre- prepare for the worst type of thing. So it is a good idea to stock up on things. Um, but you don't need to buy a whole daggone pallet of toilet paper now. Come on. Stock up on things, but be reasonable about it.
Absolutely, absolutely, I totally agree. And also, I think basically with the prepping, as Ryan Hall says, don't be scared, be prepared.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and I was looking. So yeah, very good points about the unions and stuff like that. And yeah, because we're not in the time period anymore that we were, in the early 1900s or the Great Depression. It's things are a little bit different now. And I mean, like North Korea, you can't even like protest and stuff like over there, have freedom of speech. So I think the dock workers are taking their freedoms for granted.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, for sure. I think a lot of these, well, and I don't think just the dock workers, I think Americans in general, we've become so uh, accustomed to our freedom and to our luxuries that, that it's just, we're like little children. We want more, Well, I don't want this dolly anymore. I want a better, brand new, and better dolly,
Yeah.
And it's just like, and it's just like, you just, like, people just don't have that concept or that idea of how good we really have it. And they're not going to, it's not going to sink in until it's gone. And that's the thing that scares me the most, and is when it's gone, because it's not going to just affect this certain group, or it's not going to affect just, if you voted for this particular politician, or if it's, it's not going to affect just a small percentage. It's going to affect everybody. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand is when they're out there, stomping and screaming, I want, I want, I want. And, when we're already becoming too top heavy. Eventually the house of cards is going to collapse.
Right.
And they don't understand they're part of that house of cards. They don't understand that when it collapses, they're going to collapse right along with it. They think that just because you dye your hair some crazy color, or because you're part of this, that, or the other protective group, or because you associate yourself with, a certain uh, advocate group or whatever, that you're protected. No, you're not. You're going to collapse right along with everyone else.
Right.
And that's the thing that scares me the most, is these people don't understand that. They seriously don't understand. You got it way better than what you realize. you know?
Absolutely. Like.
I mean, it's just like, stop and think about it. Like, what freedom do you not have? What rights do you not have? When you're out there, when you're hollering with your little signs and your little speeches and stuff talking about, we need these rights. We're fighting for our rights. We're standing up for our rights. What rights do you not have? They don't have an answer. When they get asked that question, they don't have an answer.
Exactly. So basically, when you have these people, they go and they march for comfort and they beg and plead, but basically over in like Europe, like over here, they didn't really do anything with them. They have homes, they have cars, they have running water. They want a vacation to the Bahamas and back, and someone to give them a spot and wipe their ass or something. Like these people, it's like they need some servant to come and wipe them up like they did in the medieval England, and it's like you see how like over in Nazi Germany they put all they put them in concentration camps along with other people, unfortunately. But over here we don't do stuff like that. And as I said, it's not as bad as they think, because in other places they wouldn't be around.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And like, could you
I
imagine?
mean,
Like,
that's something. That's something I sit there and like look at. It's like, what? Do you have it? Um, uh, are you as bad off as the people in North Korea? Are you as bad off as people in China or something like that?
right.
And it's like, no, you're a lot better off as far as your way of living goes. You're a lot better off than people like that. But what you're doing and what you're advocating for is you want to live like you want to live under the rule of thumb of the government. So these people that, they go out there and they do all these old stuff, their protests and all that stuff. Well, you know what? I say to those people like that, if you want to live under the thumb of the government, if you want to live under a dictatorship, if you want to be lorded over, you know where the airport is. Nobody's stopping you. Get gone. Go.
Right. Exactly. And 'cause a lot of people, like, as I'll say what anybody says about the country, or, it was bad, or we did things that were wrong and stuff. America's not perfect, and its history isn't perfect, but no country is. But,
Correct.
they could go somewhere, like, you know, like I suggest people to say they could go to North Korea. That's what I've always said. That people could go to North Korea. People have gone to North Korea before, and there's YouTubers that went over there and just had actually, of course, it's propaganda in Pyongyang. They would show and vlog and stuff, and there's people that seem like they go over there, and they could just go over there and live it. They want to, but they don't. They stay here and reap the rewards of the country, and it's like, as I said, like countries that Africa and different places like that, they don't have. And also, one time America, there wasn't, of course, the colonists and stuff. We created things where there was like electricity and running water and stuff, but basically in some parts of the world, in islands, there's Asian parts of the world, like little islands and things like that, where people do not have the you know first world country type technology, or like India, for instance. And not going after a specific group of people, but I think that in spite of things that may have happened that were not right, or people may feel they're not being treated right now, there's still, to be thankful for the blessings you do possess, because you would crave them if they were not yours.
Right, exactly. And there really are pockets in here in America. There's still pockets of areas where especially like in the poorer parts of the country, you still got people living like back in the like they're back in the 1930s or something like that, as far as their, I'm not saying like they're like, they know technology and all that stuff, but as far as, they, don't have the luxury of having cell phone service, for example, or, there's some places, areas where they still don't have, indoor plumbing. They're going out to the outhouse, to do their thing,
Right.
So I mean, so there's still, still places in the country that are like that. And like I said, those are usually typically your more less fortunate, poor people. And, well, and of course the Amish, but that's, that's a whole different story there. But, and you got to kind of, in some ways you kind of feel sorry for them, but then in other ways, like me personally, I kind of look at those people. Those are the ones that are going to survive, because they're already living like that. So nothing's really, not a whole lot's going to change for them.
Right. Right.
It's going to be
Exactly.
people like us who's gotten too comfortable with what we've got, and we're the ones that's going to be sitting around going, "Oh my God, what do I do now? Oh no!"
Comfort.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's like we'll be marching for comfort, and that's what I was saying to the people, like why, like people that, like, I don't know. I'll say specifically the Appalachia people. I'll always tell them, and not all of them are like that. And you weren't even specifically talking about them. I'm just bringing that up. And a lot of
Mhm.
them are, college educated and very, a lot of them are just like more modernized, or like cityfied, I'll say, but they'll still have like the accent. But basically, which is a very enchanting accent, by the way. But people that are raised in that, or their farm life, or like how things were back in the 30s, in other areas and other pockets like that too, they have a good self reliance. They have good survival skills, and as I tell them that they would do better than a city person that in a survival situation, in my opinion, than the city people, because of their self reliance and the way they are and the way they were raised and all. They're more tougher, and the other group was more had too much comfort. And because sometimes I'll put them like say that they're not like them, but as I said, like in what you and I are saying is that in that situation they would come out the best. Those people and the other people in the little pockets you're talking about too.
Right. Right. Yeah. Like I said, that like definitely they're the ones. People like that. In some ways, like I said, I kind of admired people like that, because, like I said, they're the ones that they're going to be the survivors. They're going to be the ones that, because they know how to work the land, they know how to live off the land, they know how to survive without all these luxuries. So they're going to be they're going to be the ones that are going to come out on top.
Exactly, absolutely, faux show, and
And just because a person went to college does not make them smart. I'm sorry. You know, you
absolutely.
might be smart as far as book smart, or being able to memorize things from a book or whatever. But common sense smart, or most of them aren't not common sense smart.
Absolutely, I agree with that. And basically, like I didn't go to college. I could have, but I chose where I am right now, and this situation I'm in talking on YouTube, and which I don't regret. And also, basically, that there are good trades that people go to college for, but that doesn't necessarily equal like intelligence, because it's also good to have the street smarts as well. Because there is somebody that work with my family, and they didn't go to college, but they're very very street smart. and you can walk around a building or walk through a building. Like
Right.
there's always a shortcut. And also, speaking about me, I was going to teach her. She was telling me, the same lady, that her father was a Army Corps of Engineer person that was watching the levees and no one did anything. And he guessed which parts of the levee broke, and it was the parts that he thought that would break. But of course, they didn't do anything about it. But they did now, but back then they didn't. But so basically, what happened was with
Mm.
she was telling me, want to go to college, I would go to the specific one, and they would give me the extra help if I needed it because it was a extra help place. And also, I was she were talking about things it could be. It could be a teacher, or it could be. I'm like, I like to. That was okay, but I was thinking about some other things, and she said, I'd be a good lawyer, like a law school or something like that. But I kind of did all that on YouTube in a certain sense, if I'm old enough to say, and I'll explain what I mean. But so basically, like the law and crime stuff, I learned a lot of stuff from there about the trials. Not the same thing as law school, of course, but it's like as a YouTuber, I'm enthused with cases and stuff like that. And also, I teach people a lot of stuff about the different things that I know when I learn from other people. I'm good at networking people together. So I did a lot of the stat stuff, but it wasn't the same path about going to college because I don't believe that it's necessary for everybody to go to. I think that people can do all kinds of other things, and it doesn't equal intelligence for certain. I do agree.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, people like yourself and like me and yourself and all that. I say, you know, our college was the college of the real world, college of hard knocks.
Right.
Because we've got the intelligence, to learn things and to have like the knowledge of like you said, you follow law and stuff like that, and you're very you're very intelligent, very well versed in a lot of the laws and things like that.
Thank you.
So even though you didn't go to school to be a lawyer,
right,
but at the same time you also have that street smarts type stuff that you can look at something and go, well, now wait a minute, that don't make sense.
Yeah.
So and it's not just you're not that I think, how to put this, when it comes to people, and I'm not saying everybody, there's a lot of people, they do go to college, they get their college degrees, and they still have a lot of, street smarts to them as well. Right. So, yeah, definitely shout out to those people. But I mean, when you're talking about some of these people that, especially now, the ones coming out of college now, with that they're not getting educated, the indoctrination versus education.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, you got your little paper, your little degree and all that, but what's it for? General studies doesn't mean crap. What kind of job are you going to get? Like our little ABL friend always says, you're underwater basket weaving. What are you going to do with that? What kind of job are you going to get with that?
Exactly.
So I mean, so we're kind of creating a generation of people that puts more value into a worthless piece of paper than what they put instead of putting value into common sense and to be able to work around a problem. You get these, I think we talked about that once before. One of my pet peeves is, well, the computer says, well, I don't care what the computer says. Think for yourself and work around the problem.
Right. Yeah.
and we're pumping out that generation of, well, the computer says, generation, and people just are losing that ability to think for themselves.
Absolutely.
Like I said, we're getting into a point of education versus indoctrination.
Right. And, I think basically, in my opinion, is that you said that perfectly. And, like, today I like working on different, like, as I said, I like coding stuff. I think it's, like, fun to, practice that. And there are some issues going on with this JavaScript thing inside this thing I'm working on. And basically, like, I went and looked at the instructions on how to do it, but I figured it out on my own and like do my own work so I know what I'm doing. I'm not just like copying and pasting because I've figured out things on my own and looked at also look at the instructions and figure things out on my own and not just like some people that like to do coding. They will. I'm not saying I'm an expert or anything, but like they don't know how to do anything or they don't do something right but it's like they looked at a recipe how to create a cake, but they never like learned how to really make a cake. They're just copying and pasting. But with, as I said, it's a very very tedious thing to do. I'd say it's one of the most difficult things I've ever done, and yeah, it's really difficult to do something like that. But I keep doing it. I'm good at that stuff and I like doing it. But it takes a lot of practice. But I'm glad that like what you and I are talking about, I actually know what I'm doing, and I show my work so to speak, and I don't just copy and paste things. I actually learn what I'm doing.
Right, right, and that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. It's just like, you have that that intelligence, that mind frame, to where you can figure this stuff out for yourself. And to me, that I'm completely clueless and lost on that stuff. That stuff is like way over my head. I couldn't, you may as well be, talking a foreign language to me when it comes to that kind of stuff. But you can look at that. You can say, okay, here's the problem. What do I need to do to fix this? Okay, this didn't work. This didn't work. Okay, let me try this. you know, and
Yeah,
instead of just sitting there and going, looking in a book and doing what the book tells you and what it said in the book to do didn't work, and now you're totally just sitting there like, oh well, I give up. The book told me to do this and it didn't work, and no, you sit there and you just keep saying, okay, well, hey, I tried this, it didn't work. Let me try this. Okay, that didn't work either. Okay, here's what the problem is. There you go. Now it's fixed. So, that right there, that's the kind of, that's what schools need to be teaching.
right.
Schools today, they need to be teaching people to do things like that. Use your mind, use your brain. If it doesn't, if you're trying to put together 1+1 and you're coming up with 8, well, that doesn't work. Now you need to go back and figure out, okay, 1+1, and keep working it until you get 2.
Yeah, yeah, and also basically because something wasn't showing up right, and basically I had to go and like look because it has this thing, this control panel, like if you were to left click on a page, and basically it was saying that there was this panel that this snippet of code was not completely correct. So basically the snippet of code was not. It was only a fraction of what. It was not the full potential of what could have been. So I put the snippet that would show the full potential. So therefore the things start working correctly.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that started working for you and working correctly for you. And
Yeah, and there's no trials today or anything, and usually that stuff takes, in YouTube in general, it takes a lot of my time. I'm not against that, but that is what I focus on the most. But I also work on side projects, And yeah, because I was working on some things, and this YouTube thing is this gigantic freight train that came through. Because I was working on that since I was a teenager. Then I went back to it, and I have all these different streams. I'm a guest on all over the place, and all these people I talk to everywhere, and it's like a being this gigantic thing, and it's a gigantic thing to take care of. I'm not against it, but it's like when my friend was playing Protector 4, and he was like you could play a country back in like the old days, and he was Russia, and he said Russia is a very very difficult country to run
Yeah.
because it's so big.
I would think any country would be a very difficult country to run. I know I think everybody's have that thought or played the game, for a day and, stuff like that. And everybody thinks that they have the solution for all the world problems and everything. Well, if I'm president for a day, I'm that together and solve everything. Yeah, it don't work like that.
Yeah, and also basically you were saying that if you're somebody says they're president for a day, it would be very difficult.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and also being as they say king for a day or president for a day, it would be very difficult to manage. And also I like say sometimes I'll think like I could just walk outside at night and do my thing or do this, but there's various groups of people that come to the late night streams and some to the early streams I do during the day sometimes, and I'll do it for that group of people. And like Kadeda wasn't able to come to the late ones, but she went in. They Avina has said something interesting. Well, basically, my friend was, I went live early so her and the others could see it. I kept my word. That's my point. And Bina says Russia has 11 time zones. Incredible. Wow.
Yeah, I'm blown away by that too. That's like, wow. I we get confused with four time zones. They got 11. Whew. Well, they are a pretty big country. I don't know as far as land mass. I don't know if they're.
It goes.
Yeah, I think they are bigger than the United States.
Oh, it's huge. It's gigantic. It goes all the way in.
Mm-hmm.
It goes all the way into Asia. It's huge. It's because what happened was that there was nobody around, and my friend was telling me that the Slavic, the Russians were there, and they had the part where it's kind of like in where Europe is, and they just took over all that other stuff because there's like nothing there. Yeah, they just took
I
over.
mean, if you stop and think about it, as big as Russia is, if they were really as hell bent on taking over the world as what uh, our politicians, try to make us believe that they are, if they really were trying to do that, they could do it. No problem.
Right. And it's also two continents.
Wow, that's crazy. I did not know that. I mean, I knew it was a big country, but I didn't realize it was all like that. So that is like, wow. I'm I'm blown away by that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could definitely, if they were that hell bent on taking over the world, they could probably do it.
Yeah, and also it's called Eurasia because it goes into Asia. I had two friends from school that were Russian, and one was a guy, one was a girl, and I stay in touch with one of them, and the girl one, a little bit like on social media, and they're really cool people, and also I always was interested in their culture and stuff, and I, think that the different people in Europe I'm related to, and we'll relate to all kinds of different countries. So yeah, that country's very interesting, and I from the communist era, and then they had a sort of a liberal era. Then they had a non-liberal era, but they're still communists, and they got rid of the Soviet Union. But then the West is still hostile. So now, did you know that the Soviet Union asked to join NATO one time?
I know Putin said that he
Well, I'm talking about.
asked to join NATO back during the Clinton administration, and they told him no. I don't know if Russia was still a Soviet nation
Oh,
at that time.
okay. So
I'm not sure.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I usually don't do that. Sorry, but basically, what happened was with NATO. This was back in the 50s. This with the USSR did that, but so they asked to join NATO and they rejected it. And then because it was kind of created to be like against Russia, but there's conspiracies that they would try to take over Europe. That's like their conspiracy or try to get rid of America's influence. But who really knows what would happen? But there's a lot of people think it would be a bad idea. But basically, Putin, his thing when he was president, it was the Russian Federation. It was no longer a communist country anymore. Of course, no way, not around that time.
Right, yeah, because I know when Putin took over, when he took over from Gorbachev, because I know during Gorbachev's time it was still a communist country. And when Putin took office, he was the one that brought Russia out of. I believe they're still somewhat of a semi-socialist country, but he's bringing them out of that era, and he's bringing them out of that and becoming more westernized.
Russia. Yeah, Russia's very westernized now. It's going more in that direction, and like Putin talks about God and different things like that, and basically he's not like what in my opinion, what the media comes off as. I think he's very westernized and very moderate, and it's just that as like Venus said, they need a fall guy, and I would think it
Mm.
would be good if we could have peace with Russia and all of their countries. If we could, the Middle East is a very that situation has been going on for thousands of years. Hopefully that gets resolved. But the other countries and us, I hope that we have peace with the different countries. But I think that the Russia and the West and the Europe, it should be more friendly towards each other. But as I said, it's really unfortunate to see what's going on, and because it's like they get rid of the Soviet Union, and then they still don't like them. It's like whatever they do, they can't seem to get the West to become more friendly towards them. And I don't think, in my opinion, that they're trying to trick us into taking over everything because they could just do it. Like even the Austrian painter, he was very bad, but his little country took over a lot of stuff, as you know, and he went to nearly Moscow and London. But Russia's even bigger than that. It's more advanced than that. So I'm sure if they really wanted to, they could take over a lot of countries that they wanted to.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. I mean, it's not. I mean, like I said, if they were really that hell bent on taking over the world, they could probably, if not do it, come pretty daggone close to doing it.
Right.
So, I mean, I really don't think that they're that, as far as the current leadership being Putin, I don't think that there's really any desire of doing that. So I don't, I think this whole thing of, especially now with the, Ukraine situation going on. Well, if Russia, if they take over Ukraine, they're going to go into Poland, and once they go into Poland, then they're going to, take over the entire world. I just don't think that's good. I don't see that happening. I think if Russia does take Ukraine and brings Ukraine back into the fold, it'll be over with. That'll be the end of it. I don't see Russia going into Poland. They don't have any reason to.
Right.
You know, all of this popped off. One, because they parked a bunch of weapons right on the border, right on the not only weapons but biochemical labs right on the border of Russia. And Russia is just like, you know, don't do it, don't do it. They've been saying it for years, don't do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, you know, they've been kind of edging their way and pushing it, and they kind of pushed it a little too far, and that's when Putin's like, okay, I warned you. And that was one you know, there were multiple catalysts that popped all this off. Then at the same time, you know, Putin, you know, he's just like, look, he wanted a contract that said, do not allow Ukraine to join NATO. He wanted a contract that NATO would deny Ukraine membership. They wouldn't do that. And they entertain. I don't know if they actually have brought Ukraine into NATO. I'd have to look that up. But I know they entertained the thought of it. And then when you have let's say our extremely intelligent, genius, wannabe next president, Harris, go in there and publicly state in NATO, in a NATO conference, publicly make the request to bring Ukraine into NATO. So you have those three things happening all at the same time. You want to talk about a perfect storm, that was it. And that just kind of set Putin off, and that's the kind of when he just said, all right, that's it, we're done, bring the hammer down. You know? And so those three things kind of popped everything off. And like Putin, you know, if you guys watch the Tucker Carlson interview with him, and I totally agree with Putin, if the United States kept their nose out of it, none of this would have ever happened.
Beyond. Yeah, so I totally agree. And one thing I want to emphasize that my uncle was talking about, and also what RFK was talking about, is that there is supposed to be this peace deal, and that was going to happen, and between Ukraine and Russia, and they're both going to stop the war. But Boris Johnson comes over and he stops it all, and then the war keeps continuing.
Right, exactly. And it keeps continuing because we keep giving Ukraine the money to keep it going.
Right.
And of course, you know, whatever we're getting, and when I say we, I mean our tax money that we're giving to Ukraine, a percentage of that is going right back into DC's pockets, not our pockets. The people up there on the hill.
Right.
You know? It's a big old money laundering scheme.
Facts.
That's all it is.
Facts. And Bina says Ukraine has literal Nazi battalions in their military. They have been unaliving their own people in Russia and Ukraine since 2014. He didn't go until the two Ukrainian provinces asked for help. You know, and that is exactly a very good point she's bringing up. And, you know, with that ideology, they have some bad beliefs, and especially if the people are asking for help. And it's really unfortunate because our country and this USSR had a good alliance to stop that ideology from doing more damage than it did. And as I said, it's unfortunate how what this West has come to. And thank you, Bina, for bringing up that point, because that's, I saw pictures of it, and they have the it's so stranded. There's this. They have a couple of different type of symbols that varied from the Austrian painter from his symbol, and they have some of these. It's called the black sun. They have these different symbols. So I've seen, and a lot of those people have these battalions. They are clearly there, as clear as day.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's even um, areas of Ukraine of where if you go to those areas and you ask those people if they if they want to stay separate and stay Ukraine stay separate, or if they want to go back to being part of Russia, they'll tell you that they'd rather be part of Russia because that their society was better under the Russian leadership than what it is now. And a lot of people, and too, and there's areas of Ukraine where if you ask the people if they feel like if they're Ukrainian or if they're Russian, they'll tell you I'm Russian. They speak Russian. They follow the customs of Russia. And all that, and they're just they'll tell you like no, we're Russian. Matter of fact, even at the beginning of all this, when all of this started, there were Ukrainian soldiers. There was reports coming out of Ukrainian soldiers. They would actively seek out, Russian troops to surrender to them. That they would have Russian troops would have Ukrainian soldiers literally walk up to them, throw their guns down, and state to them in perfect Russian, "I surrender. Take me to Russia."
Right.
So they were basically saying, "Hey, don't shoot me. I know I'm wearing a Ukrainian uniform, but I'm one of you."
Right.
So yeah. I mean, but we're not hearing a whole lot of stuff about it anymore. I wonder why.
Yeah, and I've talked to Ukrainians before, and yeah, the same thing. Telling me that they feel like they're part of Russia.
Yeah, yeah, and I do. I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. I mean, of course, you are going to have the other side of it, where you are going to have people that are saying, "Oh no, we're Ukrainian. We're not. We're separate from Russia. We're not part of that anymore."
You
And so,
know,
you're going to have that, but I think for the most part, I think people, I think as far as the citizens go, anyways, I think that there's a larger percentage of the citizens that would just rather that hey, let's just go back to being part of the Russian government and get rid of what we have now.
yeah, and also, it reminds me of the Civil War, and like Ukraine's like the South, and in the and it's like rebel. It's like it's supposed to like part of it is supposed to be part of like Russia, so to speak, and then the other side is trying to like separate from it. It kind of reminds me of that their version of a civil war over there.
Yeah, that's an excellent analogy because I think the same thing as well. I feel like this is more of a civil war. You have two countries that they're pretty much one. They're pretty much the same. They're just governed by two different governments, and but I think in the grand scheme of things, they are pretty much one country. It's just it's more. It seems more of a not necessarily say the United States versus say Germany or something like that. Two totally different countries, you know, different places of the world going to war with each other. No, these are yeah. I think Civil War. I think that's more or less the right analogy for it. Um, and that's something like we had no business being part of that. And we just really honestly we could have just we needed to keep our noses out of that. And that kind of also makes me wonder with all the money that has been sent over to Ukraine,
Mm-hmm.
and we know of the Biden family's dealings with Ukraine. I think I said it last week on a stream that it kind of makes me wonder if there isn't some bribery thing going on, blackmailing thing going on, because whatever, I think Zelensky's got something on him, like something way bigger than whatever's on that laptop. He's got something on him.
Maybe maybe he had an affair with the union boss.
Hey, that's you can never know.
Yeah. And also, I mean, I know from some some of the others I was talking to on the spaceship, they were telling me that they got intelligence that there was some space crack that he had.
Hey, I'm not putting it down. I'm not putting that behind him because we know Zelensky. He's got a little let's say sinus problems there, So I'm pretty sure Hunter's got the medication for him.
Bina has some good points. Bina is saying Bush took Georgia, Obama, Crimea, and Brandon, Ukraine, especially the Donetsk and I may butcher this, Mariupol region. If you took the map of these places, you will see it's strategic. All the places that will allow them to get to Russia by sea, put
Mm-hmm.
up a map and see. Put the map up and see. Alien spaceship. Okay, okay. So I'm going to put the map up, sure. Alright, so go to this window and we're going to put the map up of the map of Eastern Europe and Russia.
Yeah, because like I was saying, Russia's thing with taking Ukraine is because Ukraine is kind of right in the way of kind of a very important waterway. So if Russia can take Ukraine, they'll gain access and control of that waterway. So that's the kind of another reason why Putin wants that area.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's they want the water source. All right, so that's a map of Eastern Europe and the map of Russia and Eastern Europe and all of them. You can see they have all these waterways, and there's areas where they have some sea, and that is the areas in question that Bina was talking about to everybody. And then this other map over here, you can see a little bit more. There's Ukraine, and we're gonna make it so people could see what I'm talking about. And so there's Turkey, there's Ukraine, there is Georgia, and all those different places, and so you have seas, a couple of different seas, that are by Russia, and that is the ones that Putin would like, and also the ones that Bina was mentioning that NATO would want to try to enclose Russia. In my opinion, and
kind of.
yeah, but basically, what Bina was saying, all places that will allow them to get to Russia by sea, you see, and put up the map. So there you have where they want to get to Russia by sea. Google Maps to zoom in. Oh, okay. You're right. All right, let's see how this goes.
And Venus says I have it backwards.
All right, so
I'm not
this.
exactly sure.
All right, so basically what she was trying to
So,
say.
so it's Ukraine. It's Ukraine that wants the waterway.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard the theory you talked about, but basically what she's saying is that Ukraine wants the waterways into Russia. So you see over here we have Ukraine right here, and then you have you have that, and you have the Black Sea, and also take myself off the screen probably for a moment. Well, no, y'all can still see Ukraine. I thought you could. I'm not going to take myself off. Y'all can see it pretty well. And then you have Ukraine right there, and they want the waterways that lead into Russia. So you have Georgia right here, not the Georgia y'all familiar with, but this is the Georgia out there, and basically you have you have that, and you have Armenia. There's Georgia, and there's Georgia and Armenia right here, and basically they will want all the places that will allow them to get into Russia by sea. So those are the areas that are in question that they want to get in Russia by sea that Bina was telling everybody about. So there you go. That is it explained. Also up here we have Lithuania and Latvia and those places by the Baltic Sea. That's another area they probably would want to. And you have St. Petersburg that's right on the sea right there. It's not as inland. Moscow's right in the heart of the European section, but you have out here you have St. Petersburg that's right on the sea, so they're going to try to surround it by sea. And she's telling me to look at Crimea specifically. All right, so we're going to scroll into Crimea. All right, this is Crimea right here. This little speck of this chicken nugget right here, and basically you can see it. And this is what Bina was talking about that they would like that's right in the water, and they want that to get into Russia. So you can control the water, and Russia's kind of isolated inland. If you control the Russia's water, it could cause a problem. And Bina says all those are part of the UN now. The UN is literally surrounding Russia. Well, thank you, Bina. Yeah, so because they were trying to say because I've heard what Strand had said before that Putin wants the water, but it actually looks like not the Union, but the United Nations, the NATO, they want those areas because it's under the UN's control. So all that's surrounded.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah, so they're trying to surround Russia by water. So yeah, maybe Putin wants it, maybe not, but we're not talking about that. It has to. NATO wants that water, so they taking that from Russia because they want to surround Russia by water. So there you go. And also, so Russia feels surrounded and they have to defend their country because maybe they feel there's another invasion. Russia was invaded during the Second World War, and the Austrian painter, well, although he was real goofy and he lost the war, but he got right near Moscow. He got right near Moscow. So it looks like they're trying something again. As I said, just St. Petersburg on the other end in the Baltics, they are that was my email thing. It's right on the water. So and say Finland were to be in NATO and all these different groups, that's why the Scandinavia was bothering Putin, I think, although he didn't do anything, because if they join NATO, St. Petersburg is in a spot. And it's war tactics, because Russia is all inland. America is an island surrounded by water. The Russias, all these waterways and all would be in a bad situation. Now they do have some other waterways they can get into, and they have allies in different areas in the east. But you know, yeah, NATO looks like they want the water too, or it looks like we could just prove right here that NATO is the only one that seems that they want the waterways to try to get to Russia, and Venus is because missiles only go so far too. Yeah, missiles only go so far too, and it's a strategic position. As I was studying on my own about warfare and how it works, and remember, a lot of warfare is not fighting the enemy directly like on the battlefield. You have to fight the enemy indirectly and even psychological stuff. Like they did it perfectly here with the cultural stuff, to destabilize the country. But it looks like what they're doing now with Russia is they're surrounding it by water and getting Crimea. And everybody could say Putin wants the water, but we could say with 1,000% certainty it's NATO that wants the water, the UN that wants the water, and they don't want to do this. They got rid of the USSR. They want to be friends, but they're up to something, and I just wonder what exactly. I think they're trying to take it, and I think they want Russia to be what they want it to be. They want it to be what they want it to be, like the rest of Europe. And I think Russia may want to just be its own thing, but be allies with the West. So yeah, it's just we shouldn't be doing this and supporting this happening to another country. And I mean, President Lincoln, he was friends with Russia, and he was fine with Russia, and that was before communism. And also the czars and the presidents, they got along well, and Russia helped during the independence conflict when Britain came around to try to come back. But so I think it's good that it's not a communist country, but it's really a bad idea to try to do with any country to try to help annihilate their country and close them in, because yet they're landlocked pretty much. That's basically to say. And if they have a little bit of water and they're surrounding them from Finland to Crimea, it's a bad situation. Bina, thank you. I'm about to put that up. Thank you. All right, let's see how this goes. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. So, Stranded, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I definitely, agree. I don't know what the heck's going on with this thing. Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying on that. And it does it really does look like it, yeah. That, NATO and all them, they're trying to strangle out Russia and trying to
all right, you can see it right
strangle
here.
them out from getting any kind of like trades or whatever.
So they have, these are the NATO countries, and you see they have Turkey, and they have Romania, and they're in the Black Sea, and also with the Crimea, and they want that, and that way they have Turkey and Crimea and Romania, and they are going to, and also the Crimea and the other countries, and they would completely surround the borders of the Baltic Sea. Also, them getting Ukraine, Russia would be completely landlocked, and also we could see on the screen, Finland. Finland is in NATO, and Latvia, which I said it probably wrong, Lithuania. So therefore, St. Petersburg.
Lithuania.
St. Petersburg is, surrounded, and you have the Crimea and Turkey and Romania and all those countries surrounding the Black Sea, and they're getting into Ukraine to get close to Russia. So they didn't do it in one day. When their Führer Austrian painter, he went in there like a bulldozer, and he betrayed the pact with Stalin, and he just went in there like a bulldozer. But it looks like this time they're thinking a little bit more than the Austrian painter did, and they did it very slowly, one by one over time, very slowly, until the point they're creeping up into Russia. They're just creeping up like a tide, and he's like, wait a minute, they're surrounding St. Petersburg, now they're surrounding the other area. It's like Russia's landlocked. It's like locked from the sea. And you're putting Russia in a situation where you're forcing it to make allies with other countries and get away from the Western Hemisphere, and we're causing our world more problems, and you're causing relations more problems. And I will say that Putin is extremely patient, extremely patient. That he's still trying to make alliance with the West, but you can see they're just locking it all in.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like really, it would be more, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? It would definitely be more beneficial to be allies with Russia than, uh, okay, I I'm having some
Oh,
technical issues here.
okay, okay, okay.
But anywho, it would be more beneficial to be allies with them rather than be enemies against them, especially now because um, China's kind of backing them. Kind of telling Putin that hey, if things pop off, we got your back. Um, so China, yeah, China's kind of lightweight backing them. North Korea's kind of lightweight backing them. So they're putting the bugs in Putin's ears that if stuff starts popping off that they will support him. So that could be not a very good situation for us if you know Putin ends up getting froggy and decides to jump. You know.
Yeah, and also you see the situation right here. This is a map that I found, and basically you see dark blue is NATO, and the light blue is Ukraine, and which is say is a NATO. Let's say it's like becoming part of NATO. Just say hypothetically, the entire Black Sea is surrounded by NATO. The pretty much nearly all the Black
Right.
Sea is surrounded by NATO. They're surrounding St. Petersburg over in Scandinavia, and Russia is pretty much landlocked from the west. And it says to starve the enemy, make them move, and take the resources or take something that's dear. And he's like, "Why are y'all doing this?" And that looks very similar. And as I said, NATO served a good purpose. Yeah, maybe at one point, possibly if there was like communism or something, but we're not in those times anymore where there's communism, and it looks very similar to the map of the Reich, because that's what the map looked like when the Austrian painter was about to go bulldoze when he was bulldozing into the Russia, and he had a very good war machine, but it didn't last long because it was run by, all the spacecraft he had. It didn't work out too well, thankfully. But yeah, so that looks a lot like it's like a new invasion of the East. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. That is kind of ominous.
all right, looking at the map of the BRICS nations. All right, I'll look at the link Bina sent me, but I'm gonna look it up here too. All right, so these are the BRICS countries. I'll show you all a bit much bigger picture of this. We're gonna go here, and yeah, I'm gonna take myself off the screen for a second, and we're gonna go through this. And all right, here we go. So we're gonna have this off. Okay, we have BRICS nations. So the BRICS nations down here, you have right there. Look at all that. We have African countries, and there's Russia, and you have all the way up into China and India and Russia and Iran. Looks like they're kind of wanting to come into it. Egypt, so South Africa, some of the African countries. You see, you have an Eastern Hemisphere that's being formed, and also down there in Brazil. No, not Brazil. Not necessarily. You have to be certain. Look at a map for certain. No, that is Brazil. I was right. It's Brazil. And also you have that. So yeah, that's the BRICS nations. That's the Eastern Hemisphere, and that is the alliance that would be against the West. And it looks like the settings for another war. But as I said, we could have had the Russians as an ally. But you look how big this is. That's Russia, and imagine if that was an alliance with the rest of Europe, and that would be more beneficial. Originally, the motivation to have the monarchies related, like the king of Russia, which is the Tsar, was cousins with England, and all the monarchies are cousins. The point of this was so there could be alliance in Europe, and Europe, all the way to Asia, to Ireland, would have been one alliance. But certain
Mm-hmm.
sketchy things happened, and they all started fighting each other. And then the communists and all these other movements came out of nowhere. And a lot of the liberal stuff does come from France, actually. A lot of all these ideologies came from the French Revolution, from the French people themselves. And then it just spread all over the place. And it doesn't mean the monarchy needed reform, okay? It may have needed reform, and the Russia situation maybe needed reform. But yeah, I get different answers. Some people in Russia say the Tsar was great. Some people say he may have not been so great. But you hear two completely different things. I don't really, it's kind of like over here with fake news. But yeah, you see, so the point of Russia becoming the Federation, it's an attempt to bring back the alliance of all of Europe together. But they don't really seem to want to do that, and they seem to want to have a giant conflict where you have the Eastern Hemisphere and the Western Hemisphere, and everybody's having war with each other. It's like they don't want us to have peace. It's like we can't have peace.
Right. Well, they don't want us to have peace. I mean, if you really stop and think about it, um, sorry, but yeah, if you really stop and think about it, they really don't want us to have peace. They just, they want us to stay fighting with each other all the daggone time. Um, Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Um,
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, basically, I agree about that. Because they, you know, they go here and there, and they just feel home everywhere. And I say that I think the war, in my opinion, is very lucrative. Like right now, the conflict over in the Middle East, it's causing the oil and gas stocks to go up really high, and these different things. And I do think that sometimes I feel these wars can make certain groups money, and I feel they can antagonize these things to cause a conflict. Globally, I think in my opinion, that could be a factor. And
that's a
also,
good point, Bina.
yeah, and Bina says, so my theory is they're now fighting to get the places that are still neutral. Ah, okay. So basically, what Bina's saying that they're, in her theory, that they're fighting to get the places in these different regions and countries that are neutral, and to get them into the conflict and get them into the situation. And also, as I think that, in my opinion, it's a global war that we're experiencing. It's a global war, but it's not the same type of
Hmm.
war that we had in the first two. And they're trying to involve other countries and stuff like that. And they don't want people to be neutral. They want people to be in these different alliances and these different things to cause more mayhem, in the war.
Well, it's just like the old saying goes, war is profit. It's profitable.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Um, and not profitable for us, but
Right.
for the
The
the governments, the politicians.
Oh yeah, yeah. And also, I'll explain to you this is that in the stock market there's dips, as you may have heard, and when the unions striked, it dipped really low, and it's been dipping very low the past few months. And October is traditionally a bad month for that, for the stock market in general. But then it went back up because they went back to work. But they buy the dip, and then it goes back up. So it's like it's like pulling puppet strings. and also being saying we were already at war, but the people in the Middle East are physically fighting it so far. Yeah, and over here, we're all over here, and basically there's people over there. The Middle East, they're fighting it, and over in Europe they're fighting it in Ukraine, and so the showdown is really out there over in the other realms in the other part of the world. Thank you, Bina, for pointing that out. And also,
Mm.
Taiwan. So far, China has not done anything yet, but and as I said, it's like they have not done anything to Taiwan yet. They've been staying calm, and I am glad they haven't done anything yet. But there's still tension with Taiwan and the mainland of China. So basically, Taiwan is the last part of the original China before it became a communist country, and their flag and all, that was the flag that all of China would have been in some alternate universe if they were not communists. So that one piece of China, the emperor, if I'm recalling correctly, went down to that island, and they're a republic now, and there's a president there. But the Chinese mainland says that they want that peace, but they have not done anything. They have not caused any conflict, and I'm proud that China has not done anything. But there's tension with that. But the Ukraine and Russia thing is the big deal, and the other parts in the Middle East, you know, it's escalating really bad over there. And I will say, and there's people, and I'm around liberals often on YouTube. I talk to many liberals, and I'm friends with many of them. I'm like Trump. I get along with everybody, but I talk to them and I say the different points that we discuss and I've learned from the different YouTubers that we can't deny that the wars were not happening when the Orange Man was in office. It was a totally different world, and we could all
Hmm.
agree on that. And the prices weren't so high. And as I said, it's important to have world peace. We don't want all these conflicts going on. Yeah, and Bina says
Oh
that.
yeah, I definitely agree on that because it's just when Trump was in office, he took us out of a lot of these so-called never-ending wars, and not only did he take us out of those, but he also ended a lot of there we didn't go into any new wars.
Right. He didn't start any new
We
wars.
don't have that now.
Yeah, my uncle he sent me a thing of all the presidents, and Trump's like the only guy not that didn't start a new war.
But he's the bad guy, I guess.
Oh, of course. Yeah. He said some tweets that made people offended.
Yeah. And it's like, I'm sorry, I'll take the no wars, strong economy, strong military, low gas prices, low inflation, um, higher job opportunities. I'll take that over anything any day. And he can make as many mean tweets as he wants to. He can, call people's names, all that stuff, whatever, whatever. As long as he gives us, those the perks and benefits that you know we had before.
Yeah, and sometimes.
Secure borders, that's definitely
Oh
a
yeah,
definite.
yeah. The secure borders are very important, and also, I. I like rocking back and forth sometimes. It's something I do, and I'm like watching myself, and I'm like, look like I'm someone on an amusement park ride, and I'm really enjoying the conversation too. And also, I I really enjoy that the conversations about this, and yeah, the secure borders are very important, and like no one's like against Mexican people. Most of these people, I'd say nearly all the people are not even from Mexico. They're people that are from other parts of the world, in Timbuktu, that are coming through, and there's all kinds of like nefarious things going on. It's like if you and I go to Japan, like we can't just become like citizens automatically, but like no one's against the Mexicans. It's these, and they're very hardworking people. It's these other groups are coming in, and it's just free voters.
Right. And, and my thing too on that is these people that are coming in, well, first off, they're coming in illegally, so they're already breaking the law right there. If you want to come to this country and make a better life for yourself, that's fine. That's great. Just do it the right way. But I got to put this on pause for a second. I'll explain here in a second. But a lot of them that have been coming over for the last 3 years that are just, it's an invasion. Let's just, call the duck a duck. It's an invasion. That's been invading this country. They don't want, they don't want to be Americans. They don't want to integrate themselves into our culture and our system. They just want to reap the benefits. They just want the benefits as far as they want the jobs, they want the money, they want the housing, they want the medical I came in the right way. Awesome, Bina. Thank you for that. And we're glad to have you here.
Facts.
But they want to keep doing things the way that they did in whatever country they came from. They want to keep doing things like that. They just don't want to be poor while doing it. They want the benefits that we can offer, but they don't want to be part of our society, if that makes sense, if you understand what I'm saying.
Absolutely. It's like when you say there's people that and many immigrants are entrepreneurs, and they start businesses and stuff. And I know like my immigrants in Mexico, they're very cool people, and people are descendants of them. But and they integrate with America, and they're very patriotic, and they're pro-American. They're thankful for being in this place. But the thing is, though,
right?
There's these other people. They're trying to take it over because they want to make it into a different thing, and that's not really what you're supposed to do. You're basically becoming a foreign invader, and it's like they keep acting like they're like a bunch of robotic Terminators.
Mm-hmm.
I drop bars.
Right, and exactly. I mean, it's just somebody that comes over from another country and goes to relocates to a different country because they want to have a better way of life. They basically, somebody that does that and does it the right way, those kind of people, they absorb the society that they integrate themselves into the society that they relocate to. When you come from another country and go into, when you come from one country and go into another country, but you refuse to integrate yourself into that society, when you refuse to learn their language, when you refuse to respect their cultures and their customs, when you're not there for the betterment of that society. You're not there for the betterment of yourself. You're there to basically push your ideologies and push your agenda, and like you said, invading the country. You know, I get the argument all the time about, well, everybody in this country is a descendant of an immigrant. Well, yeah, that is true, unless you're 100%, native, um, which there are very few of those left. But so, I mean, yeah, it's true. We are all descendants of immigrants. The difference between my ancestors coming from the countries that they came from versus the people now today coming from the other countries, my ancestors didn't come here holding their hand out and expecting, somebody to give them everything they got. They came with what they had and they earned what they got. They worked hard and earned what they got. These people coming over now, they're coming over, they're holding their hand out, they're getting our tax, which we will get into that. They're getting our tax money, they're getting our benefits, they're getting our jobs. They're not, they come over and they already have a job. They've got a job waiting for them, if they even get a job. A lot of these people that are coming over now, that's been coming over for the past 3 years, aren't even trying to get a job. They're just sitting around waiting for the first of the month to collect their checks. Wait, what? Huh? Excuse me?
Right.
And on top of that, something just came out earlier today. I don't know if you've heard about this or not, but the FEMA funds, the relief funds to go to the hurricane victims from Hurricane Helene or Helena, or, however you want to say it. People are pronouncing it different ways, but what's his name? Mayorkas? Is that how you say it? Mayorkas? Something like that.
Okay.
That fish-eyed looking dude. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So something came out earlier today that's kind of not being talked about very much. FEMA funds are dried up because he used those funds to give to these illegals. So now that they're trying to get it to tap into the FEMA funds to give to these people that have been affected by the hurricanes, they're finding out that, hey, where's the money at? Where did it go? So now come to find out, because he used those funds to give to these illegals. Mm-hmm. What? FEMA's not for that. FEMA is for to fund people, to support people after a natural disaster. FEMA's not to give to legal or illegal people coming across the border for them to get houses and cars and clothes and cell phones and all that stuff. That's not what FEMA's for, or the funds, the money in FEMA. That's not what it's for. So the people that's been affected by the hurricanes, they're not going to get any. They're going to. I shouldn't say they're not going to get any money, but they're going to get very little because there's no funds to help them.
Oh, I've heard about that. Yesterday, in fact, we were talking about that in here, and that the funds, they're not getting that much funds, but, they're giving it to all these other countries and all these situations, and it's like, you only can print so much money, and it's not working out, and you got to help your own. It's nothing wrong with helping other groups and other people. You got to help your own people first. Bina says the funds they get are not from FEMA.
Well, I'm seeing something
Oh, okay.
different.
We'll
That
stranded.
that that's the that what I'm seeing is that they're maybe they're just making excuses. Maybe there's another reason why there isn't any funding from FEMA, or FEMA's got very little funding to give to them, and they're just using that as an excuse. But that's what they're coming out and they're saying that Mayorkas or Mayorkas, however you say his name, um, use the funds, FEMA funds, or use funds from FEMA to give to these illegals.
Right.
And that now that the hurricane hit, and now that there's people that need that money, that need that help, there's nothing there to help them with.
Right. And I totally agree. Now,
And I just one other side note here. Bina said, I don't blame them, to be honest. We opened the door wide open for them. If I was in Venezuela, I'd come over the border too. Correct. I mean, if we open the door, of course, what do you expect's going to happen? You know.
absolutely.
So I mean, I don't blame the individual person. I blame the system that created this and that allowed this.
Yes. And also, I think that with like with Europe, they let in different immigrants over there. Over there, it's really bad with the different attacks and stuff that goes on. But like,
Hmm.
you know, over here, you have immigrants from other areas too, migrants, and basically here it seems there's crime, but they're draining the economy system, and it's like some group wants us to collapse or something, and yeah, we opened the door wide open just for them to come in, and it's like it's basically the country's like going to self deletion.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there is a oh, I don't know how to say it. There is a group of people that is their goal, is to destroy this country from within.
Yes.
I mean, and they're just, they, whatever reason, they hate this country. They hate what it stands for. Um, and that's what their goal is, to destroy it from within. Well, you know what? To those people, you, like I said earlier, you know where the airport is.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you hate the country that bad, go on, get out.
Yeah. Also, I I want you to still talk, but I have to go do something really quick. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Um, but okay, well, I don't know what to say. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't understand why these people are destroying this country. It just does not make any sense to them. And why? And it's not just the people in this, average, you know, ordinary Joe citizen. It's the people at the higher levels that are doing this. Since most foreign people are conservative, wouldn't it be funny if this migrant thing backfired on them? Oh, Bina, I totally agree. That would be hilarious. Um, I just, I don't know if it would though. That's the thing. Because I think a lot of them would just, they would vote the way that they're told to vote. But that's on the flip side of that coin though. They don't really have the right to vote. They're not citizens. If you're not a citizen, because that's part of the voting process is that you have to be a citizen to vote. And so if they're not a citizen, they legally don't have the right to vote.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
And I did want to ask Dina because she said FEMA gave the funds to cities for housing and such. If you know what I mean. Ah, okay, never mind. That you just answered my question there. Yeah, and see, and that's something that should not have been done. That that money that money that's in the FEMA funds, that's to help people after a natural disaster, or well, not even a natural, but any type of major disaster.
Yeah, and
But who's there in the booth to vote with you when you vote? Nobody. Well, and that's where, and see, the thing is, Dina, it's not about who's in the booth when you vote. If you're not a citizen, you shouldn't be in the booth at all. That should be stopped at the door. If a person is not a citizen and they go to a voting, well, you have to, first off, you have to register to vote. If you're not a citizen and you fill out a voter registration card and you're not a citizen, you should be denied right then and there. And when you do go to the polls to vote, when you show your ID and you're not a registered voter, you don't get to vote. I mean, that's how it's always worked. It's how it should work. It should continue to work like that. That's the way it's been working since the beginning of when we started having these votes. I want to say 1776, but I don't think it started then. Shortly after, I'm sure.
Bina says, "I'm not talking about the migrants. She's talking. Period." So she's talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. All right. So you're saying, a person who is legally allowed to vote. Yeah, you vote however you want. That's your, yeah. As long as you're legally allowed to vote, how a person casts their vote, that's, between them and themselves, that's nobody else's business. I totally agree on that. And that's what, matter of fact, I was just having that conversation with a coworker because we were talking about, all these celebrities and stuff, and especially Hollywood being so ultra liberal and, and how all these celebrities are, with their TDS and all that stuff. I said, well, when it comes to that kind of stuff out there in Hollywood, you got to play along with their system. Because if you don't, then your career's over. And I kind of wonder with a lot of these celebrities that are, hating on Trump and all this stuff, if in private, if it's a different story, and when they do go and cast their vote, if they, maybe might not, but, they might holler that they're a Democrat and they're going to vote for whoever, vote blue no matter who, and, and all that stuff. But then I think, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, alien.
Oh no,
um,
you're good.
but they might holler all that stuff and all and everything, but I just kind of feel like, well, maybe when they go to a polls or something, it's a different story, and nobody's gonna know.
Yeah, and also basically, I totally agree. And pretty much a lot of these people in the the magic wand Hollywood, they just really seem, it's all like they're constantly acting even when they're not in a movie. It seems like a whole act. Like you don't really know what do these people really think, or what is, are they behind closed doors? They're different. If you took them on the side and you said, hey, what do you think of X, Y, and Z? And a lot of times people's opinions will go with a candidate they don't like. Like you say, yeah, we both want low prices, we want peace, all those different things. But hey, it's like you're voting for a group that is, nervous and, when he's like debating Vance and stuff like that. So that's why I think that with Hollywood, people may be misguided and people may just be being fake as a, $6 bill.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I do. I kind of wonder about that. If publicly, if there's going along with the program, and publicly that they're saying what they're expected to say, or acting the way that they're expected to act. That maybe that's just their what they put out in public, but then privately behind closed doors, it's a different story.
Right. And Mina says, she says, I feel liberals are more outspoken about their views and conservatives don't scream it in the streets.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Also,
I don't know. I think a lot of conservatives at the same time they're becoming a little bit more outspoken. Not screaming it in the streets, but at least and in some ways not exactly coming straight out and saying it, but in some ways by their innuendos or maybe by the way they express different things that you can kind of tell. Denzel Washington's a good example right there when he was asked about, who are you voting for, and he turned around just like none of your business. So I mean, I think that kind of, he, not he did, and he's absolutely right. It's none of your business who I'm voting for. Why are you asking that question? He's absolutely right.
yeah,
But I think at the same time, it kind of was just like, oh, okay, I think I know who he might be voting for. But then again, that's his business. That's his private, when he goes to the polls and casts his votes, that's between him and himself.
yeah. I remember like I'm very vocal about it. I remember like when I was down the, with my friends and stuff, I'm very, clear about it. And on YouTube, I talk about it. And what I do, I use different tactics where I, when I want someone to see a different perspective than what they think, I'll tell them
Mm-hmm.
about how there's been a lot of wars going on, and there's a lot of different things happening, and I tell them right up what I support, of course, but to bring a common ground to logically get them to see the point of view, because sometimes orange man could be a trigger word, and that's, I don't mind saying the trigger word, that makes them more engaged, and I do that. And also to bring common ground with these uh, different groups is that there's no wars before, now there's wars, the economy's going downhill, and just, but some people understand that and about the policies, but they just insist because the orange man is brash or whatever.
Right, exactly. And Bina says, my question to you guys is, when was the last time you participated in a poll about the election? I personally don't participate in those types of polls, um, because then again, that's my personal business. Um, but I'm sure that, there's flags popping up all over the place with this conversation that we're having, and that's fine, whatever. Because we all know that, certain ears, Big Brother, because we are on telecommunication systems. But, I mean, as far as participating in those types of polls, I personally never have, but I think it's kind of pretty much obvious. Bina, you're in the chat. Alien, you're here with us. Anybody that might be, watching the stream, in the reruns. I don't know what the heck you call it. You know what I'm talking about. It's going to be pretty obvious who I favor in this election.
Right. And also, all right, so Avina.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So basically, I'll answer your question, Bina. So I don't even know what that is exactly. So participating in a poll, I've never done that before, so I'm not really too familiar with that. And she says, "Why would we believe the numbers?" Oh, so basically, Bina, I agree with you. I don't really think it. It seems quite absurd. I agree with it, but I do think that it's unbelievable about the people in this country that are sheeple, that are been brainwashed to think a certain way. So I don't know if they're accurate or not for certain, Vina. I don't know that for sure. But my uncle in England was talking about it. You didn't know why it was so close, but I think that the reason is that, let's just say it is true hypothetically. It's just people are just, sheeple. That they were the media convinced them to think a certain way, and they went along with it. So, and is something fabricated or not? I don't really. Is that easily possibly may be the case, but I don't really have proof or evidence either way. But I have my own intuition, my own opinion about things. So that's my answer. That we live with some. The country has some fools running around, and maybe there are liars can be you're very good at making like magic tricks and stuff. So the answer to that. It could be either way. I really don't know what is what. And also, Vina says, so Stranded, when you are going to do your own live stream. So she wants to know when are you going to do your own live stream?
Okay. I'll answer that in a second. I do want to answer the question about, so why would we believe the poll numbers right now? Bina, we should never believe the poll numbers, and this is the reason why I say this. Because those polls, the people the poll takers, that it depends upon the area and the where you're taking the poll at. For example, it's one of these polls, I don't remember which one it was, but that put Kamala Harris into like a high number, 80-some% of the people support her, that they're going to vote for her and everything. Well, yeah, they were taking the poll right outside the DNC Convention Center. Of course those people are going to say that. But they put this out there that she's going to win by a landslide because look at these numbers. Well, so those things, they're skewed anyways. I have the personal belief I don't believe the poll numbers. I mean, we saw that in 2016. Hillary's going to win by a landslide, and look at how shocked all of these people were when, you know, Trump won, because he wasn't supposed to win. Hillary was supposed to win. I don't believe those poll numbers. The only numbers that matter are the ones on November 2nd. Now, to answer the other question, when I'm going to do my own live stream, why do my own live stream every time I call in and take over the ship?
Yeah. Shout out to you, Stranded. And you're always welcome here. And also, you know, yeah, because sometimes people just like being a guest on the shows, and sometimes people want to do their own shows. Yeah, it's whatever you feel comfortable with. And also, I want to know, Stranded, how's the garden doing?
Uh, it's on the downside. I've got a few peppers out there. I need to go probably in the morning or something and go pick off so that they're ready. But other than that, the tomato plants are kind of slumping over. They're not. Yeah, I think we got a little bit of a cold snap, and it didn't do so good for them. And I still need to get out there and go cut off that mint. I haven't done that yet. So yeah, we're getting into that in my area. We're getting to the end of it. So
All right.
The hot peppers are done. The green beans are done. Green beans have been done for a while. But yeah, I think the tomatoes are about done, and the bell peppers are about done. So
The bell peppers. See, I didn't know you had bell peppers.
well, they were supposed to be bell peppers, but they never got big like a bell pepper. They were like little. Yeah, I had the red bell peppers,
Mm-hmm.
and there for a while they weren't doing anything for a while. So I thought that they wasn't going to do anything, and then just all of a sudden, out of the clear blue, they started popping up all over the place. Well, they were supposed to be like, regular size bell pepper. Well, they never got that big. So I don't know. I might have, when I bought them, they might have been the miniatures, and I didn't know. Maybe they were marked wrong or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be because where I'm growing them in a container instead of in the ground, that they never got the size they were supposed to. I don't know. They're so good, though.
Yeah, that's really good. I'm glad they taste good. Also, I like your peppers, how they're purple.
Purple.
Yeah. Your
I
pepper.
had purple. I had a last year, but I bought that from a farmer market. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, I thought you had some.
I didn't have purple.
I thought you had seeds. I thought you had seeds of a purple pepper plant.
I I did have seeds from the purple pepper, but like I said, I bought the purple pepper from the farmer's market last year, and I harvested the seeds and kept the seeds. I never planted.
Oh, okay. It's coming back.
See,
We're
See, I don't know what's going on with the stream right now because,
It's back on.
when
Okay.
I was,
It's back.
all right.
Yeah, because
Yeah, because when I was fussing and cussing earlier and couldn't get set up, and made the comment I was having technical problems and all that, I had to switch out my ear pods because the battery was getting low, so I had to throw that in and put the fresh one in. And when I did that, I somehow lost the sync on the stream, so I can't do the call and have you running in the background because I somehow lost this sync on that. And I could still see the chats. I just had to pause the video itself. The video's on pause for me. Bina asked, why am I coughing so much? Are you sick? No, Bina, I am not sick. I have issues with my throat, so when I talk too much, it kind of irritates my throat and makes me start coughing. But thank you for asking, and thank you for your concern.
yeah, yeah. Thanks, Bina. Yeah. So basically, we have because so she was saying that her boss wanted it and wanted the purple seeds, and then the plant the plants didn't make it because he wasn't going out and watering it every day in the hot, dry weather, and all the pepper plants dried out like leather bars. Ha.
Right.
Yeah. Right. And I know being that you didn't hear anything because before, I don't know, it had a moment where this the thing went completely to zero, and then it went back up, just right back up. It's really interesting. Yeah. So basically, as I said, so what she was saying, the purple seeds she brought to her boss, and they did not grow successfully, and he was not watering them every day, so they did not survive. And also because it's good to water them consistently, especially when the weather is hot and dry. So that's what she was talking about,
Mm-hmm.
and that she has like red peppers, right, Stranded?
Yeah, I've got the sweet red peppers, and I've also got the hot peppers. So I've got two different varieties.
Okay, Bina, thanks. So, I'll say thanks. And yeah, so basically what happened was I I have peppers saved. I have them in the freezer. I also have the beans in the freezer. I have I have all kinds of stuff in the freezer I grew.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the beans, my green beans, I only had like three plants. I didn't plant a whole lot of those. So those kind of came up a little sporadically. So
Mm-hmm.
as they would come up, I'd get like maybe like a handful of them at a time or something like that. So, when I'd cut them or whatever, I'd eat them right away. So I didn't have anything left over to freeze. So
Oh
it
yeah.
was kind of with the container garden and stuff. For one thing, I had limited space, and for another, like very limited space. Like I've only got one, two, three,
A
four,
hundred.
five. I think five. Huh?
I said 100.
Oh, okay. I got like maybe a five containers of different things. So I whatever I did get out of them, I only got just enough, you know, small batch type thing. I didn't get anything to put up or save or anything like that.
Right. And Yabina says the audio is bad. She hears words every 20 seconds. She might be behind in the stream when it wasn't really working right, but I don't know. And she says good night, y'all. Okay,
Mm.
okay, Bina. Good night.
All right, Bina. Good night. Have a good night. Have a good weekend.
And yeah, so basically, I think it's interesting how they have the hybrid peppers because they they do really well. I mean, I don't really know how they do, but I think it's interesting the different colors that they have.
Mhm.
You know,
My my I remember when I was little, my aunt, she grew, I can't remember, I'm trying to remember the color it was, but it was like a stripe. It was kind of cool looking actually. And it had like stripes in it. And I'm trying to remember, I think it was like red and orange or something like that and had stripes. It was really cool.
right? That is really cool. It sounds certainly like a chocolate factory or something. It sounds like like candy.
Mhm. And I remember they were kind of sweet. I remember that.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's good. And
Yeah, I was a kid then though, so
right, yeah. So basically, I think that have you ever tried the corn that's the one that the what the natives had?
oh, like that purple, like like purple color. Is
Yeah.
that what you're talking about? Yeah, I've never, as far as eating it. No, I mean we have it here in Ohio a lot, but it's more of like a decorative because we get it like this time of year. You'll see them in the stores and stuff like that. But it's we use it more as like a fall like decoration for fall or decoration like Halloween,
Hmm.
Thanksgiving type decoration. I've never like actually eaten it. I don't know anyone who's actually eaten it. Have you actually eaten it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, see, I don't know of anyone who's actually. Now I know I've seen lately um they using the kernels. Well, it could just be a variety of, but like popcorn.
Hmm.
It doesn't make the matter of fact. I've got some that's like the purple. The kernels are purple and popcorn, but when you pop it, it's not the popcorn itself. It's still white, like normal popcorn. Just the kernel parts have that purple color. And I don't know if that's like the same kind of corn.
I think it might be.
I don't know if that I don't know if that's the same kind of corn or if it's something different. I don't know. It might be. I don't know.
Yeah, because I believe that I'm gonna look it up. That the popcorn corn is the type of corn that that kind of corn is, and see exactly. Let's see. And yeah, the flint corn, Indian corn, flint corn, has very low water content and a very hard outer layer, and the kernels, giving rise to common name flint as the stone. It is one of the three types that was cultivated by Native Americans in the northern part of the U.S. as a staple food. And let's see if it's in popcorn. popcorn was an important food in the Aztec Indians who that's what the this article says, who also used the popcorn as decoration for ceremonial and hairdresses, necklaces and ornaments. And so it looks like that it can be used as popcorn, but it's not the same type of corn that's in popcorn.
Hmm. Okay, that's interesting. Well, that's interesting to know too about the popcorn being used as like decoration, like dress decoration and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that it certainly, it's more of a decoration that you see in the fall and Halloween season.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Yeah, that's what we get. Like we get the like that, like I said, that colored pop, like the colored corn and all that. But that's you see that more as decoration than eating it.
mhm. Yeah, and also, yeah, I think it's a very, very good decoration. Very good fall decorations, and also, I think it's important for people to understand these things, that it was also used for food by certain groups of people, but now it's just used more as a decoration. And I think it's very suited for a decoration. The different colors are very interesting.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the if you ever seen like the blue tortilla chips,
Hmm.
that's what they use to make the tortilla chips. The blue tortilla, they use that kind of corn and they grind it up into the flour
Oh,
to
okay.
make the blue tortilla chips. So that's kind of interesting.
And Bina says the biolab fire in Rockdale County, Georgia, residents told to shelter in place through the weekend. Biolab fire in
Oh,
Rockdale County, Georgia. Whoa. Thanks, Bina, for the info.
yeah. Thank you for that.
Yep. Biolab chemicals in, yeah, Georgia. Yep. It's getting bad. Well, thank you, Bina, for that. Yeah, I think that it's absolutely, dangerous for people in that situation, and they need a shelter in place through the weekend. Yeah, because there are a couple, today, a couple hours ago, and yesterday they were talking about it. I saw in the headline just now. And yeah, she's now seeing the update. They have to shelter through the weekend. And that's
Hmm.
something that I've thankfully not experienced about the, some sort of a biofire, a biolab fire, because that's all that chemicals and stuff going up into the air and could cause people problems. Yeah, that is certainly something, to me, sounds very science fiction, but it's something that happens.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sorry. I was looking this up here.
It's
I
okay.
guess it's chlorine.
Okay.
Let's see. Marietta, Georgia. Heavy smoke was causing low visibility Wednesday along I-20 east of Atlanta as chemicals continued spewing from a beleaguered chlorine facility, and emergency officials warn that smoke from the disaster scene is projected to move toward Georgia's capital city after sunset Wednesday. 3 days after a chemical fire at the biolab plant in Conyers, Georgia, sent a huge plume of orange and black smoke into the sky on Sunday. Rockdale County emergency officials recommend that residents shelter in place from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. each night until Friday. Air quality readings may reach concerning levels during those times for people in the path of the chemical plume, they have warned. The still billowing chemical cloud was cutting in visibility for motorists on Interstate 20 near the plant between the mile markers 78 and 82. The Georgia Department of Transportation reported Wednesday. Drivers were advised to roll up their car windows in the area. The concerns and complaints are not limited to the Conyers area. People in Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs reported a strong chemical smell and haze for many miles around the plant, about 25 miles southeast of downtown Atlanta. Wow. That is, and the pictures that they're showing here, that is, wow. That's bad. My thing is why shelter in place from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.? Like, wouldn't the chemicals still be in the air?
Oh, that to me would make sense. And I'm about to show the pictures and the screen to the audience. And that is actually not it, because that is something that is not open anymore. So that's Russia, but I'm about to put it to the thing that I want people to see. Okay. Let's see. Alright, so this is the biolab in Georgia. Wow. That's gigantic. That's Titanic sized.
Yeah.
Whoa. And yeah, it's going all in the air, but I think that maybe the toxic fumes would be less. I guess. I don't know the technical stuff about it, but I would assume it would still be in the air.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thing. It's like, what, so from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., the chemicals are like magically no longer in the air, that they're only in the air during the night? That's
Whoa.
kind of, I don't know that, oh, wow, that one picture, that's like, wow, holy cow. But I just don't understand how, what the thought process is of those hours. That it's like, okay, if the chemicals are that bad that you need to stay indoors, I mean, this is chlorine we're talking about here. That's like, that could make you very sick, if not be fatal. Honestly, I don't think they should be sheltering in place. I think they should be evacuating. Hey, that's just my opinion. I know if I was in that area, I'd be getting the heck up out of there.
Yeah, it's like the at a certain time, the chemicals go on break. Like it's like lunch break for them, for the chemicals.
Right.
Wow. Yeah, wow.
It don't make any sense. It's kind of like when they did during the 2020 thing, the curfews and stuff. Well, I guess a virus only comes out during certain hours. So, I don't understand that.
Yeah,
And the same thing here. I guess the chemicals are only toxic during certain times of days. I don't know.
yeah, and also basically, it's good that people can get to work or do what they have to do, because these things can become very tedious. Yeah, you can see it's a big giant smoke cloud of death. And and
Yeah.
all the different cars and stuff. I mean, it's creating like new cloud formations and stuff. It's really there's like I know rainbows just happen, but it's a rainbow in it, and there's all kinds of clouds and stuff tripping out, and then you have like this other thing that's there, and it's just gradually going up higher and higher. You know, so high you have to come back down in a couple of days, and basically, I think that it's good as as we said that they could go to work or get some groceries or something or do what they have to do. But man, it looks like a giant. It looks like a bunch of dust. It looks like a dust storm from like
Mm.
the Middle East, and it just looks like if you took red clay and it just went up in the air in smoke form.
I was sitting here thinking it's like some kind of like demonic looking, like from
Oh, it looks like
something you'd see, like, yeah, like the demonic looking stuff or whatever. But I mean, yeah, I get that people, they want people to still be able to go to work and go to the store, do what they got to do. I understand that, but is your job really that important that you're going to risk your life or your health, you know, for that and to breathe that stuff in? Like I said, me personally, if I was living in that area, I'd probably be getting out of there. I would be evacuating. I'd be calling the boss and being like, "Hey, man, I'm getting out of here. Fire me if you want, whatever, because I'm not breathing that mess. I'm not breathing that in."
right, and also basically, I agree that it looks like something demonic looking. I agree. I'm looking at this one right here, and it has black, white in the middle, and tan. This thing just is a stylish vortex of doom. Three different colors. Wow. Crikey.
Yeah, I had to. Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking about now. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
And you see the one over there next to it where it's like all red and everything, and then white at the bottom.
Yeah. 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 I'm
You
looking at
got
that
that
one.
one that's all black with the white and the gray and all that. Yeah.
Venus
Yeah,
says,
that just looks like almost looks like after when a volcano erupts or something.
it does. And Venus says it has different chemicals. That's why it's explode. That's why the
Mm.
fire is all these. That's why the smoke are all these different colors because of all the different chemicals. Because it's like very fascinating to see the smoke change like a light spectrum. So you have blue lights and you have orange lights. I mean red lights, and you have like spectrum of light. And there's like cool light and there's warm light. That's what I was trying to say. And basically, this thing has all kinds of different colors and textures to it. I mean, it's very fascinating from another scientific perspective because when you have something on fire and something smoke, but the smoke is different colors and it's so like stylish looking. I know I'm being like kind of a airhead here, but it's very interesting to see how the physics and the science behind it changing colors like that.
Yeah, it's like really cool looking. As far as the colors and everything, it's really cool looking. But when you think about the chemicals that is in there in that smoke, yeah, I wouldn't want to be around that.
It's like the smoke is like some being in it's like a being in its own on its own. Venus says I was on the Rockdale County website. They are worried about groundwater, so they're testing it 3 times a day. Thank you, Bina, for the update.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, get not only just the air, but in the water and everything, and then what was that Georgia? So yeah, that's you know, there's a lot of farmland out that way too. So even in the food supply and stuff, so that's really concerning.
Absolutely.
And it's also interesting how all this stuff is happening,
Yeah.
especially right now.
Yeah, right before an
You
election.
know.
Yeah.
Hmm. I'm fixing my cup of tea, so that's the noise you're hearing.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. And yeah, so basically, we have the smoke clouds, and it looks like, as I said, just a giant, like a prehistoric volcano. And it's so interesting how you have all the smokestacks, and you have the funnels of the factory. That's like perfect for some science fiction film or some doomsday apocalyptic biohazard for the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah,
Facts.
yeah, that's what I was saying. It looks like something you'd see in like a sci-fi movie or something, or like you said, like a doomsday thing or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like you just go there and you inhale it very deep in your lungs, and then you breathe out a sigh of relief, and then a few hours later you're just turning into a zombie. It's like unbelievable. Wow.
Right. Yeah, I don't know though. That stuff there, get out of the way, Archer. I don't know why. Every time I open the refrigerator door, he's got to stick his head right in there. Nothing in there for you, dude.
Nosy.
Yes, I tell him every single time there's nothing in there for him. He don't believe me though. He's got to stick his head right inside the fridge, and he's got to look in there and see what's in there. Smell the smells, I guess. I'm sure it smells very good for him, but dude, that's my food. You got your own food. Go eat your food.
Yeah. Also, we see how the smokestacks, and it's like this one's like really dark. It like looks like the evening, and it just looks like it's the perfect setting for an apocalyptic scenario. And there's ambience and darkness and waning to
Mm,
it. It's like the waning crescent. It's like a crescent moon. It's getting darker and darker and fading out. And Venus says winds
yeah,
over the weekend will shift the smoke into Atlanta. This is crazy. Oh, I didn't know that. So the winds are going to be into Atlanta, and that's a populated city area. I can't believe this is happening right when an election year.
yeah.
The hurricane.
And if you scroll up a little bit, that picture, um, just down uh, below where you see the orange in the sky and then the clouds underneath and everything.
Yeah.
That's kind of a cool looking picture, but
Oh, that is really cool. I like it. But it's under dark circumstances.
yeah, yeah, that's what I say. It's a cool picture, but it's to think about what's causing it. That's kind of not cool.
Absolutely. Also, you could see the way the clouds cascade over the landscape. It looks like a beautiful painting, like something like
Hmm.
Monet would have painted, and because he liked that type of stuff. And as I said, even in the darkest times, there could still be beauty.
Right.
I really appreciate the way God created the earth. That it just there's still something beautiful and the Earth in spite of all the chaos. And you can see this other cloud. It's just a the death cloud cascading, and on the cloud, on the smoke cloud, there's the sun has a is staining its light on it, and it has this pinkish hue with the dark cloud with the dark blackness and the gray, and it's like it's becoming like the sun is making the death cloud into an artistic piece, and that symbolizing that it'll this too shall pass over, and that it's like the sun can't help it. The sun has to make some beautiful thing out of this dark situation because that's just you know how God created to work. That basically you know there's beauty for ashes, and also Bina says that they're warning about respiratory conditions and tell people with pre-existing conditions to stay indoors. Indoors, indoors. That's what SpongeBob sung, because SpongeBob wanted to stay indoors because he was scared about something happening to him. So he made friends with a tissue, with a broken potato, with a broken Pringles chip, and a penny.
Okay.
And those three became his friends. And he locked himself, and it was like this dark. There's spider webs, and he made the indoors song. And then there was this gorilla that went and like attacked him and Patrick. That was pretending to be Sandy, but it was actually they're asking him, "How can you breathe underwater when you're a gorilla?" And he said, "They're onto us." And he got on his horse, which was like someone in a costume, and they rode off into the sunset. And that opens so many questions. Although it's just a stupid, I mean, not a stupid cartoon, but it's like a silly, goofy cartoon. It's like, why was he down there? What was it? Was it an alien or something, or was it a fish in a costume? It's really interesting to think about. There's all kinds of conspiracy theories about SpongeBob. There's all kinds of conspiracy theories about different episodes, and there's rabbit holes even.
Right.
This one looks like a face.
All right. Well, maybe that's why it's so popular with you youngins these days.
Yeah. And I grew up when I was a little kid. I watched it, and I just was like, I wasn't going to change. Like, I was going to still like the stuff I watched when I was a little kid. And they even like gear those TV shows for like adults can enjoy it too, because they'll put different jokes and things that adults would understand. Because sometimes adults will
Right.
watch it with their kids, so both adults and young people can enjoy it. And one of my friends, she was telling me that she watches it. She's a little bit older than I am, and she was like, she was saying how it was it's a really good show, and it's even kind of like an adult show in a way. And it makes sense. I think it was originally intended to be an adult show, but they made it into a kid show.
Hey, I mean, nothing wrong with that. I still, from time to time, still watch, animated shows and stuff like that. I mean, but yeah, I get, that definitely, they kind of, put in little stuff like that, that's more directed towards the adults.
Yeah, and I agree. Stranded. Bina says, I have to take the dog to the groomers in the morning. It was lovely hanging out with you guys. Have a good night. Well, thank you, Bina. You have a good night too, and have a good day tomorrow. When I first read it, I thought she said had to take the dog to the governors in the morning. I'm like, oh, the dog's a diplomat. He's getting up there, man. But not true, because it's like the dog sitting in the governor's in front of the governor's desk. I mean, it's a very important dog. I mean, but it's still an important dog of getting groomed, and that's good. And it was a pleasure and lovely hanging out with you too. And I think what happens is people go through. I'm not talking about Bina. I am. I think like with the other viewers, sometimes people go through different cycles of viewing things, and they view things like they'll be around and they'll go do something else and they'll come back. Like, but with basically, I understand that, and shout out to the people because if people go through different stuff, but yeah, so basically, there's somebody somewhere that watches these things, and they do, and there's you and Bina here, and I like doing it. And recently, I've been getting a lot of views and a lot of interactions, and I appreciate that. And also, I also like doing the early Saturday night, well, the Saturday day live streams. That was pretty cool. You see, there's a lot of different people on there because a lot of people, we would have more people in the chat right now if it wasn't so late at night.
Hmm.
I remember that time that you came on Saturday during the daytime. You saw all those people there. Like I always said the entire time, if it was because there's the late night special. I could explain to you the origins of all this. So basically, way back. So there's Peach, and she was saying I should do live streams and stuff, and other people mentioned it, and I'm like, all right. And then I got the information about it, and I was researching what to do, and on one of the streams, ABL told me how to do it, and then I did my own research on YouTube how to do it, and like I researched, like he just said like what I get and what apps I use. Then I went and looked it up myself how you actually do it with YouTube and instructions and stuff. And then what happens next is I did it, and some stuff was going on, and I did it a little bit. I did a little bit later, and I'll do another time. I'll do it early during the day it was like on a Sunday. So then what happened was there was the daytime. It was like Bina and a couple others were there, and then I did it later. And there's people that came to the late night streams, and I watched late night streamers, especially during a time of the riots and stuff that happened. And I like being up late. So there's streamers that are
Hmm.
up late at night, and I like being up late. And there's an audience that wanted to see it, and they wanted me to continue doing it. So I continued doing it, and I liked it. Even if there was no one here, I would just do it anyway. And then I had callers like you and others, and then there was it was Monday and Friday. That was the original one of the original plans, but then there was Peach. She had some appointment she had, and she wanted me to do it on Thursday because she might miss the Friday one. So I did it Thursday and Friday. That's where that comes from. So the Monday was taken out, and those 2 other days were put there. Then the other thing happened where there was Amanda, and she really liked the Friday and Thursday streams. She still likes them, of course. And then I continued it, and here we are. And then the new edition where I do when I'm able to, the Saturday during the day stream. That's the people that can't come to these really late night ones, and they can see the earlier one, and that time. And also, that is basically kind of like a background story about these streams and the days and stuff.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and I have to just say, like last week when I caught that one on Saturday, that was, excuse me, um, that was on. To be honest with you, that was kind of a fluke,
Mm-hmm.
where because I did not even know that you were going to do that, and I just happened to whatever log on to YouTube, and the notification came up that you were doing a live, so I jumped in on that. And yeah, there was like a lot of people there, and there's like people that I never seen in our late night chat.
Right.
So so that was like kind of really nice to see that it's like yeah, you got like a lot more followers than what people realize, because doing, like, I know with me, doing these late night ones, it's kind of hit or miss with me, because it's just so late at night, and with my work schedule and everything, I'm getting up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning to get ready to go to work. So I go to bed like really early, and so even Friday nights when I come in, because Thursday nights I very rarely ever catch a Thursday night one, and when I do catch a Thursday night one, it's just long enough to jump in and say hi and maybe hang out for maybe an hour or something, and then I'm ready to go to bed because I got off work and I've been working all day or whatever. But then Fridays, because I'm off on Fridays, so I get to lay down in the afternoon and take a little nap,
Oh,
so I'm able to stay up for the stream. But if I'm busy or I'm doing something or whatever and don't get a chance to lay down for a nap, I'm not going to be able to stay up that late because it's just so late. Because like I said, I'm so used to going to bed early.
right. Oh yeah, absolutely. When
So
I
it's like,
yeah, go on. Sorry.
what time is it now? So it's like
It's
4:15 my time,
yeah,
Eastern time. So I'd be like, actually, right about now, I'd be getting up to go to work.
yeah, and also one night when I was watching, sometimes I stay inside at night and I don't always go out, and it's just really surreal. It's very dark and like the air conditioning's on. It feels so cool. And I watch the channel and I watch the cartoons from like the 80s and 90s and stuff. And also there's like a puppet cartoon that's pretty cool where these like action figures and basically and I'm sitting there in the chair watching a movie. I'm about to like go out and I'm like this is what those people feel sometimes, I guess, when they're cuz when I'm doing these streams, I feel like I'm on space crack or something because I just keep on going. I just keep on going and like people tell me they're like, "Am I not tired or something?" Like I was in another stream before I was in this one of some other group, and the dude was telling me to get some sleep. I'm like, "Well, thanks, but I'm gonna be up for a little while, but I'll get some sleep because people have no idea what I'm about to do." And also, yeah, so I know like what y'all feel like, kind of the feeling when y'all about to like kind of go out, and I guess watching me do a stream, it makes the people sleepy because it's like watching TV and falling asleep to TV. A lot of people watch these things and they like kind of like go to sleep to it, like go and sleep to the radio. A lot of people tell me that,
Mm-hmm.
and we've had some quite a few viewers so far, and last time I checked it was about 30. So there's 30 people that we don't know that like are subscribed that were viewing our conversation, and shout out to them because people don't realize it's like there's like it's not maybe the biggest number, but 30 people in a room like that. It's quite a few people if you think about it inside of a room.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's other people right now, like viewing right now, that just aren't chatting.
Right now, the which I don't know if it's completely updated, but right now there's one viewer, and like hypothetically in the chat, like or like viewing it right now. But so far there is 37 people that watched it while we were talking. So far.
Oh,
Yeah, so they're not chatting.
so I don't see that part. You get to see that part. I don't get to see that part.
Oh yeah, because like
Well,
37 people you don't know, they were just watching our conversation, and they're just like they don't chat, but they're here.
they just don't be shy. Say hi.
And yeah, one night it was like 50 people. Oh yeah,
Oh wow,
yeah, and then like
that's a
cause
lot.
and then there's like one of the times when you and I were talking about like the Titanic and stuff, we had tons like that was one night there was 50 people, and the likes and a lot of likes were coming through, and I was like watching consistently, and then there was this group where yeah, so as I said there'll be like 40 people. The one of the streams I did recently had 90 views from subscribers.
Oh wow, that's good.
Yeah, and yeah, there's people that I don't even know. Shout out to all of them, and but a lot of them are people we know. There's people that from a long time ago used to chat with that come and like watch the streams. Oh yeah, and like they'll tell me, like they'll tell me, oh, I saw your stream, and someone that went into the other chat that wasn't there in a long long time. He said he was catching the live streams I was doing. Yeah, there's people that that they'll check the stream, and there's people that are just like watching it and they'll like kind of go to sleep to it. Yeah, because like people got like understand like they they come through the people, and I have over one over 1,000 subscribers. It's like, there's going to be somebody somewhere that's going to look at it from Timbuktu somewhere. But shout out to all of them. As I said, I don't know all of them. I you know I know quite a few of them from the ads and from the videos I released and from the people that I was on other streams that came over here and people from the shorts. Shout out to all the people that came from different areas, but you know they're watching, of course. It's 1,000 people. That is quite a few people.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's like really awesome that your channel's growing like that. And I'm like, I'm really happy for you, on that your channel's growing like that. So that's awesome. And it's just, you know, um,
Yes.
that more people are finding out about it, whether it's be, just an interest and it's popping up on their feeds because of, it's some type of, in their wheelhouse, or if it's, they're getting it through word of mouth of, hey, go check out this person's channel or whatever. Whatever method, whatever reason that leads them to your channel, I'm glad for that. I'm really happy for that.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and all of y'all are, contribute to it because the callers like you and the other ones, and all the things I learned from different people. It's really important, and basically I am very good. Like I get the news before a lot of other channels get it, and I I put it out there, and a lot of people say I cover things that other people don't cover, and that they don't see anywhere else actually all over YouTube, and I appreciate that, and I use my gifts and talents for that, and that's why, as I said, that's one of the reasons, as I say, that I do the lives, because whoever they are, they're viewing it.
Right, that's awesome too.
Yeah.
So, anybody that's watching this live, if you like what you're hearing, help the channel grow, hit the like button, subscribe, drop a comment.
Facts. Thank you very much for that. And also, I appreciate them viewing in general. It's very good. I appreciate them looking at it. And I remember they were telling me YouTube will give you these little updates about like what the channel, the different accomplishments that the channel has done. And basically, what they do is my videos and streams, everything. It has been viewed on like over 1,600 TVs.
Mm, that's okay. That's awesome. That's interesting to know.
Yeah, so over 1,000 TVs.
Wow, got you on the big screen now.
Yeah. Yeah. Peach, she likes to watch it on her TV.
Now, is she able to chat with you over the TV like that? Because I know sometimes you'll say, like you'll be like, "Oh, hey, Peach is in the chat" or whatever, and like, like I know sometimes she'll probably, like, you'll read something that a comment that she made, but I don't see it on my end.
Oh no, it's
So
only
I'm just wondering
it's
how it
only
is that you see it.
oh, because it's something that like she like sends me directly. It's not something that she's not in the comments. No one can see it but me. It's just something that she writes me directly, and also basically she's not like typing in the chat, but she like reads it and she like watch it on the TV. So yeah, so nobody sees it but me.
Oh, okay.
But and she has me tell you all messages and stuff, and she just writes it through her phone.
So Peach got that inside special privilege path to you, huh?
And also, yeah, and basically they have like for instance, but sometimes she's in the chat, and sometimes she goes and writes me on the different platforms they have that you could you talk to, and but like the different messaging and stuff like that. Like Apple, they'll have like Apple has something where you message through the different Apple devices, and like for instance, if you wanted to send me something that way or whatever, you could, or if you like being in chat, you could be in chat. She likes to chat. She likes being in there, but sometimes she'll be doing something else and she doesn't have like she's not able to be in the chat, but she'll send a little message to tell you all what's going on. And you could do if you were if you were busy with the cat or something or in your house, like you could send me a message directly, and I could just read it to the chat if you want to do that also.
Right on, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know I email you.
Yeah.
So is that what she's emailing you, or is it something totally different?
So, yeah, basically, it has to do with it's very similar to email, and it's just it's messaging through the Apple. Apple has like a system where you could put your email or the number or different stuff like that, and you could message. Sometimes it's through link through an email or link through the number, and it's like similar to like a text message, basically. And it says you could do that too if you wanted. That's fine. And with me,
Oh, okay.
that's fine. Yes.
So like a private message.
Right. Right. And it said
Okay.
you're welcome to that with me as well if you would like. And also, like Bina could too, or whoever, the people I know that they could do that as well. And yeah, that is it's a like a private message, and because sometimes all the stuff with the farm animals and with the different things like that, she's not always able to write directly, or sometimes she has other stuff that comes up and she'll just write me a private message. And as I said, you could do the same thing, and you're welcome to write me however you'd like. And like if you wanted to just write me directly, and I'll tell the chat that's fine too. And same thing with the other friends as well, if that's what they want to do. And but you usually seem to like to or able to and like to write it in the chat message, like with the other people.
I mean, because that's what I've the only thing I've known to do. So, like, how do you do that private message thing? Because I know there's been a couple times. I'm not going to be specific or anything at the moment, but there's been a couple times where I have kind of wanted to say something to you to the
Okay.
side
Okay.
without putting it actually in the chat, but I didn't know how to do it.
Okay. Now,
So,
okay, so
yeah.
you can do it, all kinds of different ways. And what you can do is you could always, email me, and I have the notifications for my email up all the time, like a direct message, and you could email me something, and I'll read it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like if you send me an email right now, I would get it, and you could just tell me something, and it could just be between us, and you could say like, don't tell chat this, but etc. etc. I'll just keep it between you and I. Yeah. It'd be during a
Ah,
stream.
okay, I
Yeah,
gotcha.
during a
So you
stream.
keep your email up.
Oh yes, that's my phone. I got the app on the phone where I can the Gmail app, so I can like when you send me a message, I get it right away. Like if I'm in like either the cellular or the Wi-Fi area, I get the message immediately right when you get it. I may not respond right away, but it comes right to my phone. And like if you sent me something, I would just see it, and you could just be direct with me if you wanted to. Yeah, that's another option you have as well. And
Okay, all right.
yeah. And
Well, because I had this was like a little while back, but I don't even really remember the person's name, but there was something going on in the chat that was kind of wasn't sitting right with me, and I was kind of wanting to like say something, but I wasn't sure if I should, and I was kind of like, damn, I wish I had some way of, you know,
Okay, yeah.
talking to you to the side without it being in a chat, because I didn't realize at that time, I didn't know that you kept your email up, that you look at it while you're doing the stream. I just like, I didn't know that. So now that I know that, if something
Oh
like
yeah.
that happens again, I'll definitely shoot you an email and say, hey, what's going, check this out, whatever.
Oh yeah. Always tell me, especially if something was this during a phone live or this kind of live.
No, it was just a regular. It wasn't a phone or anything. It was your regular live.
Oh, okay.
But I think you were like doing something. I forget what you were talking about. You might have had some stuff going up on your screen or something, and probably wasn't noticing what the chat was. You know.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're.
Yeah, but no, it was like I said, this was a little while back, but it was just, and maybe it was just me. I don't know. It was just kind of one of those things. It was just kind of like, just wasn't, just didn't seem quite right to me, and it was just like I kind of wanted to say something, but I wasn't sure if I should. I was like, I didn't want to overstep my bounds,
Okay.
but I just sort of kind of left it alone.
Yeah. Well.
But now that I do know that you have your email stuff, if, like I said, if something like that happens again, I'll definitely shoot you an email.
Well, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad you brought that to my attention. And basically, because sometimes stuff can get out of hand, and a lot of the people, as I said, the people that we know, and there's actually, remember the time you were there on Saturday? There's even way more people than that I have.
Mm-hmm.
There's more people than that I know that would be on the lives. Like if you had, it'd probably be a few hundred people or more in a chat room. If like they all were there or more.
Right. Yeah, and especially when you get like that many people, the more people you get, the harder it is, on your end, the harder it is for you to keep up with what's going on in the chat, because you're trying to do your thing as far as running the show and getting your videos, your news clips and stuff like that together, for what you want to talk about and everything. So trying to do that, and you can't really focus on both things at the same time. That's why you have moderators.
Yeah. Shout out to the mods. And
Yeah.
also the phone lives. I mean, there would be so many trolls on those phone
Mm.
lives, and they say all kinds of like stupid stuff to me, and they're jealous because they're just like a troll looking thing, and I'm not a troll, and and I have the mods, and they go do a good job in getting rid of the enemies, and then Primal, so he's in college. I met him during one of the phone lives. He came to the stream, and I knew him, and he was there. In the summer when I was doing the phone lives more, he was there consistently, and we met all kinds of different people that were good people. There's good people that I met on those phone lives that subscribed to the channel that were very cool people, and there's also really bad people, and I eventually made him a mod, and he helped get rid of different enemies, and he was learning the different things and stuff, and yeah, so and now he's doing his college stuff, but he did like a service war tour on the YouTube live streams, and he did a very good job. And yeah, he's a cute turtle. I mean, it's not a turtle. It's a turtle to me because I think it's a turtle, but it's
Turtle,
actually
turtle.
it's actually a tortoise. It's a tortoise. Because it looks
I think he put a picture of it up there, or maybe you might have put a picture of it up there one time.
yeah, Gizmo is his name, and yeah he has a channel. I think he's subscribed to it already, but yeah, is Primal and Gizmo with the and sign, and he does very good with his tortoise. And as I said, to me, it looks like a little turtle, but it's a tortoise. It's a tortoise, and he puts up videos, little shorts about it. And yeah, he told me about the live streams. He's apprehensive about it, and I told him I understand because he saw like the stuff I went through, and he knows that there's a lot of goofy, stupid people out there, and yeah, it's like I could see people that were like extremely bullied, and they had some uh, issues. I could see why they had issues after being bullied a lot, but I'm not. I don't have any issues. I'm fine. But I can see people that were like bullied in school and stuff, and I could see I understand it better now because when my school there's things the politics I didn't like, but I was never bullied or anything. But during the stupid the trolls and stuff, I could and also what other people went through. Yeah, they have a lot of insecure people out there.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, I remember that one. I don't know who it was. I think the person might have been a troll, but one of the call-ins where I called in,
Yeah.
and the person kept making their little comments and stuff in the chat and everything, and talking about I'm talking about me, and that I'm talking too much, and stuff like that, and it was just like. And I remember that you kind of had to put that person in their place, like, no, this isn't that type of a call-in show. We don't do like 1 or 2 minute calls, And I kind of had to put that person in place and let them know that when I call in, like, we're going to be talking for a while, Like I am, it's like, yeah, dude, yeah. When I call in, I take over.
I remember that. I remember
That's
that.
just,
Okay.
that's just the way it goes. Deal
Yeah.
with it.
Okay. So that was of Way of the Road. He's a friend of mine. We know from one of the other streams, and yeah, he
No, it wasn't. No, because I know Way of the Road. I don't think it was him.
okay.
Because I know Way of the Road from ABL.
Okay.
I don't think it was him. I think it was somebody else. It was because it wasn't anybody that I knew.
Okay. And oh yeah, but basically, people have these. I remember that one time you called in and the troll was saying he was at the autistic convention. I remember that. It's like they had nothing. Oh, I remember we were roasting him. The one of the trolls one time, and you're telling him to go back and focus on working at McDonald's.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, because it was, like I said, I think the person, whoever it was, they were a troll because I had never saw that person around before. And it was, I don't even remember the person's name because I had never saw that person around. And it was just like, who's this person? Where did they come from? And was like, kept trying to make little comments about me and everything. And it was just like, that's when I kind of like got a little, started getting a little snippy, like, well, who are you? Where the hell did you come from?
Yep.
And then we just kind of had to put the person in their place. And I think they left the chat or something after that. And
Yeah, but
that was the last time we saw them.
yeah, but I remember an incident with Way of the Road where you were getting yourself ready, and he wanted to call in for a moment, and I was saying like, oh, Stranded came on, and then he was saying that he has to, he doesn't have much time, and I was just like, it's not like it's not one of those type of shows. It's a little bit, the calls are a little bit longer, but I would be glad to fill him in, and then he had to, eventually had to go to bed, but because I think it had to do with Way of the Road, but he wasn't trolling or anything. He just thought that it was he wanted to fill in for you for a moment, and then when he came on, but it's like it's a little bit different. The calls are a little bit longer, but he certainly can have a spot in the show at one point and call in if it's maybe on an earlier stream if he's in the earlier ones. but basically, yeah, we have to set a foundation and rules and stuff. And as I said, there's a lot of, you know, I was on some other stream. They're talking about some trolling incidents that happened, and you got some people that are really messed up, and they troll the trial chat, and they're just everywhere. And I think that it's really sad to see so many people that feel that they have to do that because they could have just been content creators and not been stupid.
Right. Yeah. I do remember that with the way of the road. I kind of do remember that he was like saying something about that, wanting to call in or something, and I think you did tell him something like, well, we'll have you on the next show or something like that. And
Yeah.
but no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't like saying anything mean or anything like that. No, I'm talking about this other person, whoever it was, because they were just like,
Okay.
just basically making comments and just basically being, being mean and stuff. And it was just like, no, no, we don't do that here.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad that
We
you're.
don't do that on the ship.
Yeah, I don't know. I go through things where I don't know if I block out stuff, or whatever. But I'm glad you remember that. Okay.
Yeah.
And
But yeah, that was like kind of way back when, like like maybe over the summer stuff. Because then that's when we started talking about me and you, because we got I think I emailed you one time about that. I don't know. I can't remember what it was called because you said it was called something. I can't remember what it was called. But like some way of because it was after Way of the Road when we had that, when he was saying he wanted to call in too, and I was like, do like a conference call
right.
type of thing.
Right.
And you so whatever happened with that? Like, have you ever looked into that where you could have like multiple people?
Through StreamYard, I can do that, and also through the phone thing, I would have to look into simply just have to look into if the Google Voice can handle two callers at once. I have to look into that, but yeah, we have the StreamYard mechanism where that can happen, and I figured out how we can have callers on two different uh, windows. I figured it out. So basically, in the very beginning, there's Alice. It's a friend of Latina. She was on when I
Mm-hmm.
first started, like 2 years ago or whatever it was, about to be 2 years ago, and I couldn't hear. Yeah, it was what's his name? My good friend Norm. He was on, and Alice was on, and I was trying to get the see if they both can talk to each other, and then Sonia, she's some other friend of ours, of Latina and Rebel and I. She was saying that she reminded me when she did the experiment to try it out, this theory I had of having two different people from the StreamYard and the callers at once. She told me, if I remember that stream, which I do remember, if she refresh my memory, it doesn't work when you have the two different things at once. You have to have the app. I would have to have that upgraded to handle the different windows being open. But the good news with us is that I have everything on speaker. Right now you're on speaker, and because the app needs to be updated, but I could have the StreamYard open right now, and all of you could hear each other hypothetically. So it can work. You just have to put it on speaker. So I figured out how the solution to that problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because right
Because I
now,
know we kind of threw around the idea, for like future streams or whatever. I know it was kind of like anybody that's listening to this, in the replay or whatever, it's not going to know what we're talking about because it was between me and you, because we kind of threw around the idea of having, like, you having, like, guest co-hosts like you would have me on and, be your co-host or whatever for the night, but then you'd still be able to take calls from other people who wanted to call in, kind of like a Joe Rogan type of thing or something like that, as far as, having, you'd have a guest co-host, but then you'd be also still be able to take other calls for people to call in with questions or comments or whatever.
I think it'll work. So basically, I just checked, and I opened a different window, and I can make another call, or another call could hypothetically come through, and we can have. So yeah, that should probably work, and also they could use the StreamYard thing to get through as well with you on the show with us. And as I said, the way I figured it out with the sound, it's on speaker, and the speaker's a good speaker. It's my Amazon TV speaker, and that's my monitor I use for my computer. And you're coming through the speaker right now because I have it hooked up with an HDMI cable that's hooked up to the computer, that's hooked up to the TV. So when I had the last computer, the older Mac from 2010, that's like it's like in storage. It needs to be like the memory needs to be like recovered, but I'll get to that in a moment. But basically, I had the really old fashioned thing to connect it to the screen, but then I had to get a new one, so I got the HDMI cable, and the sound, the audio, and the pictures in one thing. So this is the new technology to use, obviously. So I should have used that in 2010, but my grandpa's from another time period where they had the clunky computers. But he's a cool dude, and he was able to hook up he got this thing where you could connect to a modern Mac with a old TV, an old plug from the older computers. There's a plug for that.
Mm-hmm.
It was really cool. So basically, the HDMI is the modern thing. So you have HD sound and the picture all coming from the same thing. So the way we do it is putting it on speaker through the TV, and I have the remote right here, and I put the volume. I control the volume, and you and another caller or someone on the StreamYard thing we could all talk and have a conversation similar to the Joe Rogan stuff like we're doing right now is like a Joe Rogan thing, and at the same time that would also be with the multiple guests as well. So yes, that is how I figured out how to do it.
Okay, so we have the technology, we just need to implement it.
Exactly. And also basically like another time we could have Bina on the show another time, and she could be with us on the call. And also basically I remember Norm called in, and him and I had some debates about Bigfoot and different stuff like that, and we both talked about things we mutually agree with. But he was always very respectful and cool. And I remember Latina would be here, and I've had experience with a lot of different callers on the show, and I remember how we have a lot of different people on the show, and it's a very cool experience so far. And as I said, I mean, it was really wild that the people I learned on ABL about it, and then I did it and implemented it. It's like how many people would have a story like that? I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Right.
Yeah. Also.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Also.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Do you know is Latina a guy or a girl?
It's a woman.
Woman. Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure. So I was just like,
she's been on the show before.
I wanted to I think last time when she was in the chat last week, I was about ready to ask and I didn't really get a chance to, but yeah, so I was just curious. I was just like, I thought she was a woman, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Yes, she's a woman, and I've talked.
But I don't think I've ever heard her speak, and I've never heard her like on a
clearly
chat or on a call or anything. So that I know of, anyway.
Yeah, clearly.
I might have heard her like on ABL or something like that. Just didn't know it was her though.
Yeah, clearly, Yeah, she's. I've talked to her on the show before, and I've been on one of her programs before, and I. Oh yeah, she's a complete woman completely, and also I want to tell you that the Chicago cop passed away.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
Right, and also
Yeah.
at the end of the show, I'm the one that like finishes the show in the call,
Oh, okay.
and
Well, I might go back to ABL just for that.
yeah, yeah,
But yeah, no, I had to just step away from ABL for a while because he was just getting. I don't know if he's still like that or not. He was getting really cringe with all of this insult, just constant insults,
hmm
and it's like, dude. If you spend, I actually got into an argument with him over on Twitter about that shit.
okay,
Excuse my language, sorry.
it's all good.
But yeah, I got into an argument with him about that over on Twitter. Like, you spend more time trying to come up with ways of insulting people than doing your show, you know?
hmm
And he kind of came back at me talking about, well, you're still subscribed to my show, and it's like, well, not anymore. If that's your attitude about it. Uh, so yeah, so I kind of got into an argument with him on that over that over on Twitter, and I just after that argument, I just dropped him like a hot rock because it was just like, you know, I get throw your little shade, whatever, that's fine, but it was just getting to be too much. Where it's just like so cringe. It's like, dude, you're trying to be like Salty Cracker, but you're not. Okay, Salty Cracker, his stuff is like natural. I don't know what Cracker's deal is, but his stuff, he's like I don't know, like super hyperactive ADD, OCD, all that stuff all rolled into one, and
Right.
his is natural. ABL, you're sitting there, I'm watching you sitting there thinking about what kind of insults you want to throw out, you know?
Yeah.
And he spends more time in trying to think of ways to insult somebody, and then he never gets around to doing the stories or whatever it is, the subjects that he wants to talk about. And it's like, well, you know what? If you spend more time talking about the subjects that you want to talk about, you can get your message out there. But you want to spend more time insulting people. So, yeah, that's why I kind of had to step away from him and just be like, and so I've been over on Officer Tatum, shout out to him,
Right.
Officer Tatum. So I've been going over there and, on his channel and stuff and listening to what he has to say. And if you've never been on his channel, check it out, Officer Tatum.
I know about him. It's
So,
been a while since I've watched his
hmm
streams, but I've been on there before.
yeah. But yeah, I might have to kind of come slither back over to ABL just to maybe lurk or something, just to see if maybe he's kind of calmed down.
And
Has he?
I think, in my opinion, I think he's been doing pretty good. And I just don't really. I've not noticed that recently. I think that, I think he seems pretty calm, in my opinion, but as I said, I could be, it depends on what the person's perspective of that is. But basically, as I said with the calls, it seems been going pretty smoothly, and I've complete the end of the show, and and then that is all with the show. But yeah, yeah, basically you could go and see it and see how how you like it, and yeah, I hope that he everything could just calm down and it could go be peaceful and focus on content and stuff like that. And because I remember that during those times, and basically, yeah, a lot of people on that show really love my calls there.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
And that's probably even helping you out a little bit too, because it gets. Matter of fact, that's how I came to your channel, was through ABL.
Pretty much all
Because
the
me and you would, yeah, me and you would talk in the chat, and then you told me like, hey, I got a channel, and I was like, oh, really? Okay, come over and check it out and check. And then I subscribed to you and everything, and that's how I got onto your channel, was through him.
right. And also basically, yeah, and I remember that, and no one's perfect, and I because like some people like they'll watch me, and like some fans are watching me in the calls, and then like they sometimes people felt I was cut short, but then I see now I'm at the end of the show, and him and I could have more time to talk, and I realized he was positioning me towards the end of the show, the where
Mhm.
we in the Chicago cop were, so there will be more time. So I do appreciate the the spot I have at the show, and I have good conversations with him, and I tell him about my opinion about stuff, or say if I disagreed about this, or say if my opinion on that. And sometimes I'll just talk about all kinds of different things with TV shows and random things, because sometimes there'll be some callers that'll be real, you'd say, like, you know how do I put this, like, oh yeah, callers that'll be kind of like hinting anti-Semitism. Then he'll just kind of say like, we can't be focusing on them specifically, but on the broader picture of things. Like somebody was talking about like Israel specifically, but he was like, how the other countries, not focusing on one country we're funding, but all these other countries. And I think that, that's a good point, because some of these people, they'll be like anti-Semitic, and they'll just slip in something to be manipulative about it, but they're just really anti-Semitic probably.
Yeah.
And but
Yeah, that's not cool. You know.
yeah, but as I said, I don't know if you would still like the show, but you could maybe lurk or something and see how it goes, or at least you could see my call when I do it, because a lot of us in the chat, we're there for each other, and that we like to talk to each other.
Right.
But a lot of the stuff is kind of the same stuff. It's like about the election. It's about the immigrants. It's the migrants. It's about different things, and he maybe ABL, he has a certain way about him, maybe, or maybe he's good in this way, maybe he has faults in this other way. But basically, us in the chat, we're all there for each other, and we all like talking, on the show, the different callers. And you know, I like the community there. And as I said, I learned a lot from him, and it was just really cool to talk to a big YouTuber on the phone like that. It was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just and I'm glad that you got in that spot where uh, getting the last word in, as it were.
Yeah,
So I'm glad he put you in that spot, and
yeah,
that's pretty awesome. 'Cause out of all the people he could have put in the spot, he chose you, so that's pretty awesome.
yeah. And also, I remember how, at the end of the, end of my call, he'll say, "Shout out to my main man, Alien Spaceship."
That's awesome. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully it'll drive more people to your channel.
Oh yeah, and it has, because I'll be in the chat when he was talking about the election stuff, and just Randy's random people I don't know, they're subscribed to the channel, and shout out to them. But I don't even know who they are. But they told me they like my insight on the show, and they went and subscribed to my channel.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So I'm,
And
I'm glad I'm glad he did that for you. Yep, I'm
yeah,
really happy.
yeah, And also, basically, I met, Bina there. I met a lot of the people there, and people came to my channel, and he was a really big impact because I remember in 2020, I went through Hurricane Zeta, and I went through these different things. It was nice weather because it was cooler weather, and then what happened was I went and basically I okay. So and then during the election time, that's when I found his channel, and I was lurking, and I would sometimes comment, and then I was talking to this girl that I knew from high school. I was very close to. She's very very cool people. I'm not with her anymore, but it was nice when she was while it lasted, and I'll get to that in a moment. So, but basically, what happened was she. I was talking to her distantly through the text. Her and I would stay in touch, and then I found him, and I was watching Crowder. It was so crazy how it happened. I've told him this before. I was watching Crowder, and I happened to just scroll down a little bit, and it was really late at night. It was like 1 in the morning, or something, or close to it. And I see this cool black dude, and I'm like, and he was into the political things I'm into. I'm like, it's good to see more black people that are into that stuff, because that's what I've been trying to do, was getting more of them to see my perspective. And then I subscribed, and I saw it, and I enjoyed it. And then I would watch his streams, and then sometimes this was before the cat stuff. When I watched the cats in the evening, because
Uh-huh.
I was like, it was kind of before my grandma was a little bit more sick, and it was daytime. It was like evening after dinner around 7:20. I would go out and I would listen to him on the computer, and then I would see him over in the phone, and I would watch it as dusk would settle in, and I just kept going, and then I was still talking to her and some other friends from school, and then and it wasn't, so her family was very strict, and it wasn't really going anywhere, but she really really liked me and I liked her, so we stayed in touch as long as we could, and we kind of drifted a little bit, but we still stay in touch. But I was focused more on YouTube because this is the people that were there. And into the next year, one of my friends from school I talked to, I told him about him, and I was going to be continuing my YouTube channel, and I was going to be over at the ABL's channel, and he, thought it was cool. And then the next year, 2021, I was talking to this guy Charles Turner. I don't know if you know him, and Charles Turner Jr. and Rapper 10,000, and they're just getting to know me. And it was a Wednesday, and I wrote her something about some meme about a coyote because they're out there, which she likes to go in Colorado. And something occurred where on Easter I wrote her, and the iMessage thing didn't say delivered, so this was not good news. And so basically, what happened was, I think, was that she moved on for whatever reason, and it was a little while since we were, like seeing each other, and it was kind of drifting because we went in different directions. It wasn't that one person was doing something wrong, or just we went in different directions. And I believe my
Mm.
opinion, she may have blocked me, and I have not heard from her since. It's been 4 years, and this was a very traumatic thing. And I used the energy of the pain I had to continue YouTube, and I was in his live streams. That was the one in another live stream I was at, and I was just going to be focused and dedicated to the people there, and it led me to being here talking to you and having this stream right now. So it made sense later, as I say, the dots connecting, and I just kept going and learning, and then eventually Rapper 10,000, he forgot to tell ABL something, so he wanted me to call in and tell him something for him. And then I'm like, I commented something to ABL, but he said, I need to call in because that wasn't like, and I said, okay, I'll do it. And I was like, I was a little bit surprised. And then I called in and I told him, and then I eventually figured out I was listening on the iPod, but then I completely listened on the other device. And then they told me, Charles and Rapper 10,000 told me, I had to like call more consistently, like over and over and over and over and over and over, and tons of times. And eventually he picks up, and I kept doing it and doing it over and over again. I told something for Peach, want me to tell him some things. These people want me to tell him some things, and it takes a lot of patience, like calling like 50 times or more, and it's doing it over and over, and then that's how you know to get into the show. And basically, I got very popular on the show, and I became one of the notorious callers on the show, and I'm glad that I did that. And if I would have maybe have done something else, or if the relationship worked out, I don't know how much I would have been involved in it, or if I could have just been, I missed uh, seeing his thing right there. And I was, it's so crazy how it happened, and that's the only way I found him. So that's why I believe the dots connect in the future, and he's not perfect. No, none of us are, but he seems like he's, in my opinion, has calmed down, and I'm glad that I encountered him, and it led me to all of you.
That's awesome. I'm glad that. I mean, I'm sorry that things didn't work out between you and that girl, but that's awesome that it worked out in a way to where you kind of built up your own little community and kind of outreach to other people and stuff like that, and built your own little circle, you know.
Right. And
And now you're making friends with people on the other side of the world.
yeah, I know, I know, and also basically, yeah, with her, she was, and she sometimes would she would have her issues sometimes where or sometimes when I was in high school, I was immature sometimes, and I would get out of character, you'd say, and I eventually, God helped me calm down, and I matured, and I learned a lot of different things, and I calmed down, and also she calmed down too, and it was so I knew her, I met her 10 years ago in 2014 actually.
Okay.
And
When you was like 10 years ago, so that have made you like what, about 12 years old? Haha.
and I was close to that, but basically I remember I was a
Close to that.
and what happened was I would see her in the pre-algebra class, and me and my friend I talk about aliens with, and he's a big factor in this YouTube channel because I was interested in aliens too, but him and I would talk about aliens and his theories about aliens and Planet 10. I was so thankful for him having him as a friend, and he wanted that idea to be out there, so I put time and money and energy into putting our idea out there, and I even call myself Alien Spaceship, and that was something him and I were interested in. So he also made an impact with this too, and also basically with her, I would see her way in the far end of the class, adjacent to me on the other side, and she used to always stare at me all the time, and she and I would lock eyes with her. The next year, her and I were in the same part called Learning Center. I would talk to her. We're in the same classes and stuff, and I liked her and she liked me, and I, I just would like talk to her in school, and I waited until the senior year to ask her out, and it worked very well. And I just wanted to. There's times where she would, for various reasons, would act a little bit like a Karen sometimes, but also I acted like a Karen too sometimes also. So waited until we both matured for that to occur. And her family is extremely strict, and it didn't, you know, the so I went to the prom with her, and the thing is that her family was real strict, so she wasn't really able to completely even do that with me. But she came there, and we took a picture together, and we had a good time together. And she really was sorry about the whole thing, and she wanted me to stay in touch with her, and I stayed in touch with her all the way until 2021, so 2017 to 2021. And guess what? Sometimes I would not hear from her for long periods of time, but she always came back and stayed in touch with me, and she was always glad to hear from me. And as I said, she would be very delighted about the YouTube channel. She would love the YouTube channel, but for whatever reasons occurred, we weren't able to stay in touch. But she liked me a lot, though.
Well, I mean, you never know. Maybe someday down the line she might, reach out to
Yes,
you again.
yes, absolutely, and that is something I think is very possible that may occur. And as I said, it was best it happened this way because I was able to focus on the YouTube channel and focus on getting all these different people together. And there's people I went to school with that I'm cool with, but they don't completely stay in touch with me, but they're not against me or anything. We just kind of like each other's posts on social media, but
Right.
they have like 50 subscribers or 96 subscribers, and it's like, I really went all the way with it, and I did spend quite a bit on ads, but I chose to do it, and I was able to do it, and I've got thousands of views from that, and also from being on these different shows. And I remember in 2018 when I was still talking to her, I was back all the way after right when I graduated high school, 2017. I was still uploading videos, and I remember I was talking to her still. I was seeing her and everything, and I remember in 2018 I took courses and learned, which I mean courses, I learned YouTube videos about how to, you know, do a YouTube channel correctly and successfully. And I learned from other YouTubers, and in all those years, I shout out to SE. SE says, "I'm in the woods right now. How are you guys?" We're doing good, SE. And strain it in a moment after I talk for the second. She can say what she's feeling, and I'm feeling good. I'm just telling about my channel story and some stuff about my path to being on YouTube. And Stranded, you could tell SE how you're doing.
I'm doing good, darling. Glad to see that you got out there in the woods and you're having a good time,
Yeah, shout out to SE.
and that you got in a spot where you got signal.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, bro's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I saw, and Wolverines, I saw your post earlier today that you was going to try and do a live. I got on here with aliens, so I'm not sure if you actually got to your live or not.
yeah, and yeah, shout out to SE. He's cool, and he said that
The coverage party.
it's spotty. Yeah, yeah, really cool people. I'm glad that he's out there. And also, basically, what happened was I uploaded this video in 2017, and it was called "Alien Spaceship Sound Effects," and it went viral, and it got thousands and thousands of views. It's like, and you saw it before, Stranded. I remember you commented on it,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
I named my channel after that soundtrack.
All right.
And also, it puts everything together. And SE says he didn't do the live because it was spotty.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's understandable. I mean, yeah, out there in the woods, out in the middle of, nowhere, nowhere land, signal's not going to be 100%, but, hopefully maybe you can be able to do it at some point while you're out there this weekend. Just be safe, though. That's the important thing. I know you will be, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Yeah. And also, yeah, shout out to SE. That's really cool you're doing that. And also, Strand said that she's going to send you some info about from his sister, he said.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be watching out for that. I appreciate you.
And also, basically, and I remember I would see her at the school sometimes, and I would visit them. And I remember how we, back in the day, we would go and, like, so I would see my friends down the street when before he moved away. And basically, I was doing the sound effects, and I uploaded some stuff on YouTube, which I took down, but I'll put it back up. It's about the clown thing, this clown like puppet thing, and it's like a little horror short that I made, a horror movie thing I made, and I would show it to my friends and upload it on YouTube. But I still have the movie on on DVD, and I'll be glad to upload it at some point. It's like a spooky silent film, and then I would see her, and she would tell me and text me about how the people were still cheating on the tests, and all the teachers are getting mad at the other students for being stupid.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
you should upload that video. That'd be interesting to see.
in some of the soundtracks from the Alien Spaceship sound effects is in there, so I put them in there, and it's and there's like violin stuff, violin music in it that I invented, and I made it in parts over a couple of years. I made the first part either in 2015 or 14, and SC says, "How long have I been having my channel?" I've been having my channel since 2010, and also now
14 years,
the
going
video
on 15 years.
the videos that I had from when I was a kid, they're not on there anymore, but I still had the videos of me when I was a kid, but I just don't have to re-upload them. But basically, I, I was a little kid, and I was downstairs, and I would play my video games, and basically, I would go and, play my DS and stuff like that. And SC says, so did it take you a while to get to 1,000? SC, with 1,000 subscribers. Okay, it didn't take long at all to get 1,000. It didn't take too long. It took a little while. But this is what happened. So in 2010, I did my channel like when I was in school, and at some point around seventh grade or somewhere when I was eighth grade, seventh or eighth grade, I stopped uploading altogether. So for years and years and years, my entire high school, I didn't upload anything for many years until my like after I graduated. I then started uploading things again a little bit, and then I research about YouTube channels and I research about what to do, and then I started gaining more traction. I joined different live streams, and more people came to my channel, and I did a bunch of ads, and I was connecting with different people. A, about it took a few years, but not the entire 14 years. But yes, I had subscribers since 14 years ago, from a long time ago, when it was called Hansel Cat. Yeah. Then I named the channel Skater Gamer. Then I named the channel Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog, and then that's it. And also, I ran ads, and that was I felt crazy when I was running ads. I felt crazy, okay, but I'm glad I did it. But I remember it's like getting money just throwing it out the window. That's what I felt like. But I'm glad. And so many people told me their stories about seeing aliens and paranormal sightings, and they felt so much, confirmation about my videos that gave them peace about what they were going through, and they thanked me so much for uploading them. And I've had debates and discussions with people through the ads about some disagreed, some people agreed, and they told me their alien experiences. So many people told me their alien experiences, and I remember right now I got 8,000 clicks on the Nibiru video. So that was 8,000 clicks. That's quite a few clicks.
Yeah, definitely.
And then another video. Oh, sorry, go on.
Uh, uh, Go ahead. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Okay, another video has 5,000 clicks, and so adding all the clicks together, it was quite a bit of people. So then with the relationship, as I said, her and I I saw her, I remember at the play, because I one time went to go visit her, and then she was at the school, and she wasn't there that day, and she said, to just come to the play, and she'll tell me hi. And I went, and she was in the play, and she was wearing this 1800s dress. It was pretty cool, and we're talking, and then I stayed in touch with her for the next few years until 2021. And as I said, and my friend told me, he said, he was very concerned about me in general, my alien buddy, you call him Douglas, and he was, if this relationship didn't work out, he felt that, I would turn into, darkness, and say I would turn gray, and it would cause me a lot of trauma. And he was very concerned about what my future would be like. And I haven't heard from him in 4 years, like 3 years. And he was And I told him to trust in God, that I had to go through this, and even with this she's not talking to me as much, and it was like drifting. I was going to be with her until it was over, because it was my promise, and also that God would make something great out of the situation, and I would have an opportunity to gain more strength from a traumatic event, and it would help other people later. And I'm glad that he, just let it be, and I'm glad I went through all that. And it was very hard for me. I felt very, traumatized by it, but still, I just picked myself back up right away, and I just focused all that energy on YouTube, and it helped many people. I met many more people. I had so many experiences, and I met so many ladies all over the country and the world that was really cool, like right now. And so basically, it was a very great thing, came out of a horrible situation, and God answered him and I's prayer that I would be all right. And shout to him, prayers for him too. And he went to college, and uh, he has like a bachelor's, and he's in like history, and I think he wants to be a professor. So he is very cool, and he focused on doing that study. And shout out to him. And I did this YouTube thing. But yes, God is so good. God blessed me beyond measure, and I'm thankful that that split up occurred.
Yeah, I mean, like the old saying goes, God never closes a door without first opening a window.
Amen.
So, this was your window,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I'm glad that he did that for you, because this is, kind of puts you on obviously this is where he wants you to be, to get your message out there, to get your voice out there, and be, connect with other people, and, maybe even, get people to see things in a different perspective, or in a different, point of view, or whatever.
Right. And also, basically, in the Law and Crime chat over there, I found them during the Johnny Depp trial. And basically, SC said something funny I'm going to respond to in a moment. And basically, what happened was. basically, what happened was. I was at the Johnny Depp trial era was a very cool thing for me to experience, because I got to help people see that Johnny Depp was, he may not be perfect. He may say things like say about the president that may have not been right, what that was not right for certain, and he may do things that are not, he's no saint, but he was not. He's overall, I believe, a very good person. He has a big heart, and I believe he's helped and inspired so many people. And I was able to help other people in the chat see that Amber Heard was a liar and a snake, and I met people there that came to my
Mm-hmm.
channel also, and her name Byzantine Ladybug. Shout out to her; she's still subscribed, and she was a very cool friend of mine, and she really admired how I responded to people and I interacted with people, and she was glad I was her trial buddy during that trial, and she really liked my channel, and she would comment on the channel and stuff like that. I met so many people there that came over to my channel. I was talking to a dude in France, and he was telling me, I helped him understand that Amber Heard is in the Matrix, that she was causing Johnny Depp problems, and he asked me about why my ancestors leave France, a long time ago, and I said through two different bloodlines of both sides of my family, I'm related to people that came here, to some to Canada, some came down to Louisiana at different points, and he said, maybe they want to be left alone, or they were looking for gold or something, and see that whole conversation happened, all from that trial, and then I went to the Independence trial went out because of the weather, and the storm went all the way down here up to West Virginia, and I went over there, and I went to the Law and Crime chat, and I met all those people there, like Kathy Smith, and all like Kadeda. A lot of the people that you saw stranded were from the trial chat, and stranded when you were on Saturday, you saw people from multiple live streams that I met from all over YouTube in one stream. Isn't that so cool?
Right, that's awesome. That is cool.
Yeah, and I remember my bro says female humans are aliens, alien females or human females. Which ones did you meet? SE, I had the privilege of meeting both. And this stranded life form was stranded over on the planet all by herself, and I said, one of my fellow aliens is stranded. We can't leave her there for long, so I had to take her over to the spaceship.
Right.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming to get me. Appreciate
you're welcome.
it.
You're welcome. And also, thought it was so cool. And then I have an imagination that really likes to run wild, and I will be like thinking, you know, I feel the live streams and the stuff I'm on is like being on a TV show or in a movie. It's a lot like that, and I feel like my life's like a movie. And basically, like I was involved in something with Johnny Depp indirectly because of the Johnny Depp trial, and that was so cool about that. I was like experiencing, and I remember I met somebody that worked with him on a movie set that was an extra. He turned against Johnny Depp later, but it was cool meeting that guy that knew him and that was on a movie set with him. It was on a TV. It was a TV show, the 21 Jump Street, and the girl that I was
21
with,
Jump Street.
the girl I was with, she really liked Johnny Depp in 21 Jump Street, and the park we went to for to help out with the Halloween stuff for the school was where the 21 Jump Street movie was filmed. So that's a synchronicity thing that I got to meet somebody from that set, from the TV show, and help out Johnny Depp. And I remember him in Pirates of the Caribbean. He was a well-respected actor, and he was really innocent. And I was going to ruthlessly be there every day and be there for him. And I didn't there was things that I didn't do. I wasn't able to do certain things, and I didn't care what was going to happen. I was going to trust in God. Or I was going to lock and load and just sit here and do it, and I did. And the Lord has blessed me for many years through all of this, all these different phases and eras I went through, and I'm so thankful for Him for that. And also, I learned stuff from the Johnny Depp trial, and I learned stuff from the trial chats. I met all these different people everywhere, so it's been a very amazing experience on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's obviously taken you to a lot of different places, and that's really awesome. You know, yeah, I know when I was going, as far as the Johnny Depp, during the trials and stuff like that, like, 'cause I didn't get to like watch the court TV and stuff like that, and watch the trials as live as it was happening. So I was just basically getting little clips from it here and there, the highlights basically, because I was at work and everything, so I wasn't being at work, I wasn't able to watch it. So I just get the highlights from it and stuff. And when it first started out, like when the trial first started, I was not, giving giving an opinion one way or the other. I was just kind of, letting the process, do its thing before, deciding who's right, who's wrong, or whatever. But it's just, as things progressed and went on, it just became more and more obvious, like, yeah, she's lying. She's lying through her teeth, And now I knew, well, I not personally know Johnny Depp, but I knew Johnny Depp from back in 21 Jump Street because, I was there for the TV show to watch it, each week, the series and stuff each week. So, so that's how knowing who he is and all that came about. And then, of course, after 21 Jump Street, that's where he got famous, and him and Peter DeLuise and, so that's where, they really got their name and got famous from that show. And, and then, of course, while him and Peter DeLuise, there was a few others that were on the show, too, that they kind of, had different, after the show, had different series and stuff, but they never really took off like, Depp and DeLuise. They really blew up after that show and really got their fame from that. And then, of course, Johnny Depp, he started doing, the movies and stuff like that. And but yeah, I didn't really draw an opinion or anything. But like I said, as the trial continued to play out, it just became more and more obvious that she was just lying through her teeth. And I swear, I just
Yeah, and SC says he's a good actor. I love the movie Sleepy Hollow. Just watched again the other day.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we'll be talking about Sleepy Hollow and other stories because it's that time of year again. And basically, like, so what is what I do with the streams. So, because we had streams where things didn't work out too well, and even this time it was a little bit spotty at moments, but basically, there seems to be problems with Cox themselves, and other people are having problems with them. But what I do is that I rehab the Wi-Fi extender reset so my grandma unplugs it and then puts it back in, so we have a full, hard, strong start, and that the internet is as powerful as it possibly can be. So if there's something wrong with Cox, that's I don't have any control over that. But basically, with the stream over there, that's why we're here, and we're not having serious problems like maybe way back in the past because I have it reset, and so we have a more likely chance of having a successful stream. Like right now, you and I are talking.
Right. I mean, when all else fails, turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah, and SC says she popped in his bed. Yeah, pooped in his bed, rather. Oh,
Pooped in
yeah.
his bed, yeah. And because we were talking about Sleepy Hollow last weekend, and y'all made me drag out my DVD, and I watched it again last weekend.
Right.
What the hell is that?
What?
I don't know, something going on outside.
Okay.
And it sounded like a rooster crowing that, but it was just like over and over and over and over, like not a real rooster. It was like obviously a recording or something. I don't know what the heck it was. It was like,
Scared.
right? So last weekend I watched Sleepy Hollow again, and that is a good movie, awesome movie. I'll tell you another good movie he did that's not well known. From Hell is the name of the movie. Yeah, From Hell,
Okay.
where he is, and it's like back in the 18th century. He's a detective, and he's uh, tracking down Jack the Ripper.
That's so cool.
That it is a good movie. It's really good. So I did definitely highly recommend that.
Right. And also, other YouTuber, Smoking Scan, Damon, he did these streams about like the riots and stuff that were happening, and he that was the first one I saw in early 2020 during the riots, and then later that year, which I still talked to them. I talked to them earlier on their live stream, and then there was the ABL one that I met in that November, and then the other ones as the years went on, and I still stay in touch with all the friends. There's people I knew from 4 years ago that I still stay in touch with on these different streams everywhere, and it was so cool to see so many ladies stay in touch with me from very far away, and I'm glad that I was able to have these connections with these people, and people really, as I said, I'm not just trying to toot my own horn or anything because everybody's cool people in chat and cool people in general everywhere, but people really like my calls. They think I'm a cool dude, and the guys like me, the ladies like me, And when I was in school, I was well liked there. I remember my birthday one time. I put it on Instagram my birthday, and there, everybody was telling me happy birthday when I went into the other classroom. And this dude, my friend, he brought me to the cafeteria, and he was just like, I'm not always nice, but you could buy what you want for breakfast.
Mhm.
And
Right.
yes, so I always did good, and
Get the biscuits and gravy.
yeah, yeah, yep, yeah, and also basically when I ran for this election in the school, it was like this key club thing, and the thing is like the family school, very good school, but the kid that his family owned the school, he won the election, but the thing is though everybody voted for me, so I was like, it was like JT. It's like Trump before Trump was elected for president, because it's like the election was rigged against me, and everybody told me that because people would tell me they voted for me, but you know they rigged it against me.
Yeah.
And
Well, I mean that, yeah. It was his family owned the school. Yeah. What do you expect?
yeah, and they didn't expect for me to go on YouTube and make an empire everywhere.
Right.
And but they're still cool people. Shout out to them. But it's like you have to be so pitiful that someone that a family that owns a school, he can't like go and be charismatic enough and cool enough to get people to vote for him. And
Right.
remember they had this secret. Okay, so I won an election before that, but they rigged it against me because there's this other girl that they liked. And what happened was they gave me a new position they called the Spirit Sparkler because I'm very good with giving people encouragement and stuff, obviously on YouTube, and that was very nice of them and all. But I thought that if I won something fair and square, I should get it anyway. And so they gave
Hmm.
me a new position, but I was part of the school's aristocracy very strongly because I went there for so long and I was very well liked. But there's other people that were ahead of me, but people elected me for a position. So it was like a Ukraine situation where they elected to be part of the spaceship, but people they weren't really into that. So then, but in every other way, I get along with the school. They're very cool people, and I like the family and all. Very very cool people. I liked it, but I met very cool people there. Okay, but that incident I was not a big fan of. And then they had these secret meetings that I wasn't like they didn't tell me about, that they didn't invite me in there, and the officials would talk, and the dude was nervous that was running against me. He was nervous. He said, Hansel's running for the Key Club president, and he was nervous and telling the lady teacher that was in charge of the Key Club. She said, "Oh, he doesn't do anything, so he's not going to win. Don't worry." So it's like it was, and my friend that was a spy that was in trouble, and he got in trouble, and he was in there eavesdropping because he was there in the classroom. He told me everything was happening. So I have spies and stuff that were like loyal to me. So isn't it something? And she was a Karen. She was a cool people though. And she was all right, and there's cool things about her, but she was also kind of a Karen a little sometimes. And so there's a Karen moment. So yeah, the elections are rigged against me sometimes, but as I said, overall, I had a good experience there and a good time with the students and the teachers and all. But as I said, sometimes they get snarky with me. But guess what? When you have a person like me, it's hard to keep them tamped down. And eventually, I reached the full potential with YouTube, and I took over everything in a certain sense where I'm all over the place.
Well, that's good. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That you didn't let them, you know,
Get the best
bring
of
you
me.
down.
Yeah.
You know.
It's
Because
actually
it's like, did you watch by any chance, did you watch the vice president debate
yeah.
this past Tuesday?
I watched
Yeah,
it.
it's like when they kept trying to get Vance to, say, like, well, will you say that Trump lost the election? Will you say that he lost the 2020 election? And Vance wouldn't say that because he's just like, first off, you're trying to put this guy in a position to put words in somebody else's mouth. That's not right. But at the same time, it's like, he's Trump's running mate. Of course, he's not going to say something like that. But I just loved how when he popped that out about, well, Hillary, she kept saying that he stole the election, and that she didn't lose the election. What about that? And you just see Walsh, man, he got Yeah. You just seen his face. He was just like, when Vince brought that up and talked about, hey, what about Hillary when she said it? You don't seem upset. Oh man, yeah, you just seen his face, man. He got heated. I was like, good one. See, don't mess with no Ohio people now.
Facts, facts, and also I remember that basically and the people were telling me that they voted for me like after I made my speech, and everybody was like patting me on the back and stuff, and then when the my girl the girlfriend I had, she was she was telling me she had some Karen moments, and she was trying to like she didn't like one of my friends or one of our friends, so she was trying to like say that she was there and the people were saying bad stuff about me and things like that. But then my bro came in like the hallway when I was in the hallway, and he told me that this never occurred and she wasn't even there, and that's true. She gets there late and she wasn't even there, and she told me later that she did make it up, and but because as I said, like she just had some problems with some certain life situations, but she meant well, but she got better later, and she told me that it wasn't really true. It was just something that she may have thought, but it wasn't didn't really happen. And yeah, because people were telling me they all voted for me, and no one told the other guy anything.
Uh, Wolverine said, I watched Hillbilly Energy, that movie about Vance. It was really good. I've not heard that movie. Like, I don't know that one.
I've not heard of that either. Yeah, and
I'm wondering, is that an actual movie or are you just being silly this morning?
and also basically, and then I remember DeLeon auto detailing. He was in the classroom during my speech. Like he was there. And I'm all. And
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because you do know him from school, don't you?
I remember him from first grade.
Oh, so y'all know each other from the sandbox. Okay.
And my friend I talk about aliens with. I knew him since third, fourth grade.
Wow.
Yeah. And that school is known to have people that had like lifelong friendships from when they were little growing up. It's a good school, very family oriented, and it's a very cool. As I said, I just don't like didn't like the politics stuff. And with the election, I'll tell about. Hey, Danny, good to see you. So I was
Hi,
the
Danny.
so about the election stuff. Like, I wasn't the first time where they had the president. I actually let him have the presidency, and I didn't run against him, and no one else did, because I just let him have that because about his family and all. And I did the vice president thing. They rigged that against me. Then they gave me another position they made up, and then people begged me to run against the guy, so I did it. It's like I wasn't going to do it, but they begged me, and so it's like it's like I just it was awkward. I knew it was going to happen, but they wanted me to do it, so I was like, all right. And then everybody was triggered when they saw the results.
Right.
And you could prove I it's proof about this is my time on YouTube, the calls and the show. That's my speech. That me all over YouTube. So the same thing that happened at school happened on YouTube. It's the same thing. It's like I was well liked in both places. The same thing happened, but YouTube's a gigantic, titanic scale, a gargantuan scale, completely. And because it's a smaller school, but this was like much bigger. It's all over the place. So that was really cool that I got to be on YouTube, and people got to see an alien rant about stuff for 5 hours. Yeah, and
I'm sorry, I just had an image pop into my head. Just a little green alien, jumping up and down.
whoa, yeah. We got the spicy.
Getting all triggered.
Yeah, it's the spicy images of an alien getting triggered. you know, Alien Karen.
Right, right.
It's like, Alien, since when did you join ISIS, Alien? You Karen alien? When? Yeah, it's but I'm kind of out there in the box. I put the there's round holes, but I put the square in the round holes. I think differently. I don't go by the status quo, and I think differently. That's me, and I was crazy enough to think I could change the world, and I did. Yeah,
That's awesome.
it's like, you know, I remember there would be cringing. It's like when they when the people saw that I was going to run against in the election, it was like, he's running. It's like the cringe. Like, I'm cringe. It's like there's so much cringe. They're shaking. It's like, I'm cringing at you, and everybody's just like staring at them, and it's just absolutely so intense to see an alien start ranting, because then people laugh so much they start panting. I got bars. No one can deny
All
that.
right, here he goes. Dropping them bars.
You can't
Yeah, I had
deny.
to look at this one here. Wolverine's talking about Ron Howard directed the movie about Vance. That's pretty awesome. That's a big name right there.
Danny says, sorry to hear about what happened to some of you guys in the hurricane. Is the rescue missions going on? Danny, SC, and Matt had a heated discussion about that yesterday, and that was a big can of worms that was open, and they went everywhere. So basically, yes, they're supposed to be having rescue missions going on, and there's a lot of people that want to go and help, but then people are saying if there's no order to it, they could cause more damage than good. But then they have to get orderly getting the people to where they have to go to rescue the people. But yes, they are having rescue missions, but some, like what SC was saying, some reports that it's not going that well, and there's people that are still having a lot of problems that need to be rescued, and some people are being turned away. So yeah, SC can, if I left out anything, he could go and fill y'all in about something I may have missed out, because he was listening to people that were on the radio that were talking about their experience. And I mean, my arm falls off and another alien starts to appear and rants. I mean, can people really handle? People have to be handling. People have to handle one alien, but then my arm falls off and grows another alien. I mean, I'm gonna start giving people heart attacks.
Right? Well, I'll tell you what, my little rant on that situation is the view sucks. They need to be taken off the air.
Mm-hmm.
Because you guys know Trump went down there and he took supplies and stuff. Well, he didn't take supplies; he had supplies shipped in. But and he went down there and did his thing or whatever. And of course, the View, they want to poo-poo all over him, and oh, look how terrible he's a bad man, and all. How is that bad? First off, because they're trying to say that he just went down there, for photo ops and for to make himself look good for because the election's coming up and everything. No, I do not feel like he did that for photo op, purposes. And I'll tell you why I think that, because when the derailment, the East Palestine here in Ohio, the train derailment, he came to Ohio and he brought in, clean water, drinking water and, supplies and stuff like that, like almost immediately. He was not even running, the election was done and over with and all this, and then, this is like so he had no reason, no purpose to do that. He did the same thing 9/11. Okay, he was sending in supplies, he was sending in help during 9/11. That man wasn't even thinking about running for president when he did that. Has a history, a very strong history. He is blessed to be in a position to have the kind of money that he has, and he knows he's blessed for that. And he helps out whenever he can. So he has a very strong history. When there is a need, he does what he needs to do as far as getting supplies in there. It's not about, photo ops. It's not about fame, fortune, none of that stuff. He is just simply, he knows he's blessed to have the kind of funds that he does have to be able to do this sort of thing. And so he does it. Okay, so I feel like what he did here for the hurricane victims, going down there in North Carolina and helping those people out, had nothing to do with him running for president, had nothing to do with him, doing photo ops or anything like that. So first off, he did that. Second off, there's a GoFundMe. I don't know what the GoFundMe is. I don't know, but I do know that there is a GoFundMe to help out, with the efforts and everything. So he raised awareness because within hours after him going down there and mentioning the GoFundMe, within hours that GoFundMe account raised over $3 million. And it's still raising money now. I don't know what it's up to now, but it's still raising money. Because he, not only was he able to use his money out of his pocket to get supplies to those people, but he's also, because of like 9/11, his celebrity status, like this, East Palestine with this right here. He uses his position of being a public figure to be able to raise awareness to these situations when you can scratch 9/11 off for this, but as far as when it would probably most likely be ignored, or not ignored, I shouldn't use that word, but it wouldn't be as much of a mainstream talked about thing, but where he uses his position as a public figure to bring awareness that, look, this is how bad it is. These people need our help. We need to come together as a country and help these people out. So this whole thing of them saying that he's just doing this for photo ops and he's just doing this to get votes and all this stuff, BS. Because like I said, he has got a long history of doing things like this. He's had a history of doing things like this since before he even thought about running for president. So there's my soapbox moment.
That was very well said, absolutely. And also, basically, I agree. I mean, he was always so generous. I mean, I saw the video of a completion of videos that were created way back that were about when he was younger coming up, and he said that, they asked him if he'd run for president, and he said he would only run for president if he feels that our country kept getting ripped off, because he said that back when he was a young man, he said, our country's getting ripped off constantly over and over again, and it needs to stop. And also, he was saying he was more close to the working people because they kept on, he kept on competing with the wealthy. But with the working people,
right,
the taxi drivers, he was always around them. So he was not competing against them. And he became very close to the working people, and that's why he was a Democrat at the time. But the Democrat Party is very different now. than it used to be. So I saw his videos and like how he came through his life, and that's when I really start to support him for presidency. But I always watched him on TV and saw him in the WWE and the that movie, the Home Alone. I thought he was, as I said, I got to learn more about him, and he seemed pretty cool. When I learned more about him.
Right.
And
Sorry, I was just going back through and because I went on my little rant, so I was going back through reading the chat.
I was looking at my phone.
Yeah, and Wolverine says in Butler, Pennsylvania, he raised money for the victims in PA. So
wow.
Yeah, I mean, there again, you know, like I said, he uses his status to bring awareness to things, and he, you know, for these types of things. And like Danny even said, you know, spot on, Danny. At the end of the day, we will never know why Trump did that or why he does anything. The most important thing is he shows up and does what needs to be done, unlike the rest of them. Amen, Danny. Yes, 100%.
Absolutely.
But excuse me. But yeah, that's why I say he just, you know, he uses his status and his, you know, being as a public figure and his, you know, funds his money that he's been blessed with to have to help others. And that's, you know, that's awesome. That's, you know, and I just, you know, you know, people, like I said, The View, those harpies,
right.
I just to pinch their little heads. You know, it just, yeah, to just say things like that. It's like, I just want to just, you know, when they say things like that, I wish I could have them like right in front of me, because I would just straight up, like Whoopi Goldberg and, you know, Joy Behar and all of them. I would just look them right in the face and say, what have you done for those people?
Exactly. Facts.
You know? Oh, thoughts and prayers. They don't need your thoughts and prayers. They need your help. You know, what have you done for them? You know? They're in the position. They got money. They got public standing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they got celebrity status. How are they using their money or their celebrity status to help other people? They're not. They're using their money and celebrity status to tear people down. And it's people like that is what is part of what's driving a wedge in our country. Instead of using their celebrity status and money to help people out, they'd rather use it to tear people down. Evil. That's evil. Evil.
I agree, absolutely. You know, he did.
I'm sorry.
He did a lot for, you know, those people, and all those other people that, you know, in Hollywood and all, they didn't do nothing.
Right. Yeah, and they're not. And see, and I think that's why, like in Hollywood and stuff, that's why people like Oprah and The Rock, you know, that's why they got so much backlash with the, you know, with the Hawaii situation. I was trying to remember exactly which island it was on, and I'm drawing a blank. But you know, that's why they got so much backlash, because they were like, you know, they wanted people to send money, donate money, and all this stuff, and but yet they weren't donating none of their own money. And we're, you know, we got people, you know, we're out here, we're struggling, we're trying to make it from one paycheck to the next, and the two you very wealthy people, oh, send money, send money, send money. And then when people are like, well, are you guys sending any money? Are you guys ponying up anything to help out? Well, no, we want you to send money. Well, we're struggling. You guys ain't.
Exactly. Facts. And
I mean,
Danny's
what's my $5 going to do to help these people? My $5, your 5,000 or 500,000, whatever, will do more for those people than my $5. You know?
exactly. I absolutely.
Ooh, Wolverines. I hope none of them are venomous. Maui. Thank you, Wolverines. Maui.
Danny says most of these Hollywood people are controlled. They're puppets. They live in complete ignorance. Facts.
Yep, facts. Absolutely. Yeah, they are. They are really, Storm. They're just like so out of touch. They're just ow, Storm. What was that for? Just attacked my leg. Ow.
Scared.
Oh. She just came out of nowhere for no reason at all and attacked my leg.
Cat lurking.
But
Cat.
yeah, I mean they're just so out of touch that they're just like they just have like no. I don't know. I can't explain it. They're just not on. They're they've been in their ivory tower for so long that they just have like no freaking clue.
Exactly. Because it's like there's a point where, hey now, all these people over here are having problems, but they think that their way is to sing some stupid song during the plague that happened, and they don't really do
Hmm.
anything else, and they talk from their out of touch bubbles that, what they think should be done, but they don't actually do anything that really works for the people, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes Bubbles does that to me, Stranded. He'll just kind of come out of nowhere and start attacking me.
Yeah, Danny's over here spitting some facts. Danny says, where all y'all's taxes gone? It's going to places where it shouldn't be going instead of the citizens who are in need. Billions upon billions wasted.
Facts.
Yeah. Where are our taxes going? Yeah, good question, Danny. I'd like to know that. I'd like to know too, because it sure as heck ain't going to where it needs to be going. It's going in somebody's pocket, but it ain't ours.
Absolutely. It's going to maybe the pajama man over in the east.
Hmm. Why are cats so evil?
Yeah.
Because they're cats. Everybody knows cats are a-holes.
I remember one time, like, sometimes I'll be sitting with ET, and the cat would bite me for no reason. Like he'll just open his mouth nonchalantly. He looks like the Joker, and he would open his mouth nonchalantly and just open up and bite. And SC says,
Oh, wow.
cat pulled off a claw in my arm. I just shit a video about that tonight out here. Yeah, see, I'll certainly go look at the content. Now, SC, do you see a lot of stars out there and stuff, or is it clear or cloudy? I know it's probably daytime right now where you are, but before, was it cloudy or like could you see stars and stuff?
It's still night out here.
Oh,
Yeah, sun ain't up yet.
as he says, it went to Moraine, Taiwan, and Israel and illegals and places, but not for Americas, and also it went to Ukraine as well. And
Yep. Thank you. I was getting ready to say that.
yeah, like 200 billion also went to Ukraine too. Okay, he said he might just say Ukraine too. Okay, so
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Danny says my
Oh, I okay. I get it now. Moraine, I get it now.
all right, and Danny says my cat was a sweetie. He would always want to cuddle up with me. I miss that boy. Oh, I have cats like that too that just want to cuddle. Shout out to your cat, Danny. Yeah, and
Yeah, my problem with Storm, she she wants to play, she just doesn't know how, and she gets a little overzealous, I guess would be the word, and yeah, it's like she wants to play, she just doesn't know how.
right. Yeah,
Yeah, Wolverine
tweets.
says it's cloudy.
Okay, thanks, Essie. Yeah, Tweetzel. He didn't know how to play at first, but when he started to learn how to play, he plays really, really berserk with the toys.
Well, Storm came to me from an abandonment situation. Um, I guess some people moved out or whatever, and the maintenance guy found her outside, and she's declawed. So not a very good situation for her to be in. And he couldn't take her. I said, "Well, I'll take her." So she's an older cat. Um, but I don't know how old, but I know she's, a little bit of an older cat. But so I think maybe the people that had her, like maybe they might not have played with her or something like that. So like, so she tries to play with me, but she just doesn't know how.
Right.
Because she sees, Tucker and Archer, they, I play with them, they play with me, and so she sees them. Because I know when I first got her, like she did not play at all. Like she didn't even play with toys, nothing. So now she's kind of starting to play with toys and stuff like that. And then she sees Archer and Tucker playing with me, so she's trying to play with me. She just doesn't know how. But so she's like I said, she's an older cat. So I think maybe the people that had her, that left her outside, I think they probably never played with her. Poor baby. I wish I got her when she was a kitten, because she would know how to play.
Right. And also, basically, yeah, SC says he likes to name Storm.
Oh.
Yeah, and also SC in the future, also, yeah, in the future, Stranded, we'll have Danny and SC on the show in the future.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And also, Stranded, so far, we've had 48 views.
Awesome. Hit the like button, y'all. Help the channel grow. Hit the like button. Drop in the chat and say hi.
And Also,
But yeah, I said something to Wolverines the other day that he should call in the show sometime. So I think he'd be a good call. So
that'd be cool.
Wolverines hint, come in a little bit earlier, call in.
Yeah.
Call in before I do.
Yeah. Well, I'll certainly have SC on in the future, and that'd
Yeah,
be
definitely.
that'd be cool. It's like it would be like talking like him like through like the phone. That'd be pretty cool. And also, I think that it's so cool with these this community of people, and we all come from these different places, and we talk about this stuff. So, how's the weather stranded? Is it cold or cool?
Um, it's been getting pretty chilly at night and early in the morning, and then by afternoon it'll kind of warm up some. So we last few days we've been getting about upper 70s. We're supposed to be hitting close to 80 today for high. But right now at the moment it's a little bit chilly.
Right.
So what is it right now? So it's according to my phone, it is 55 degrees right now,
Okay.
and we're supposed to get up to 79 for a high today.
All right, Danny. I'm
So
about to tell you in a moment.
we kind of fluctuate back and forth this time of year. How long have you streamed tonight? We've been on since 12:30 Eastern.
All right. I've been streaming for 5 hours so far.
Longer than that,
5 hours
I'm
and
pretty sure. I think.
5 hours and 44 minutes.
Okay, so almost 6 hours.
Yeah. Danny says it's cold where he is. No rain.
Okay.
SC says I've been meaning to maybe some scary stories from Halloween for Halloween. All right, Rude. All right. And
Yeah, heck yeah.
facts.
It was 78 here. Is it Wolverines? Is it 78 now, or was that during the day? So, Danny, you guys get your cold weather a little bit before we do, don't you?
Yeah, and also it's about let's see the weather here. 73 right now down here.
73 right now? Wow. See, you're nice and warm, toasty right now.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say toasty, comfortable
Right.
during the day. Okay. Yeah, I think so. We tend to get cold weather around this sort of time. Lots of rain. Okay.
Thanks, Danny.
Oh, thanks, Danny. Yeah. So yeah, I guess you're about like round about the same track as where I am out here on the East Coast. So, well, Midwest. So I'm like, I guess the try to put it in perspective for Danny if he could understand this. I don't know, but like where I'm at in Ohio, we're kind of like the east part of the Midwest section. So we're kind of like right on that cusp of the East Coast Midwest area.
SC says it's a little chilly. I got a jacket on, but I'm outside. I get cold easy though. It's probably six. He said it's probably 62 right now.
62 right now. Awesome. Well, Wolverines, I hope you got your nice little fire going to help you keep warm. But I did want to ask Wolverines if he, when you go camping, do you take a tent with you, or do you just sleep under the stars? Because I know when I used to go camping, I don't anymore. My body just cannot take that anymore. But when I did used to go camping, we did the tent thing. And in my younger days, just a sleeping blanket, in the tent with the sleeping blanket, I was good for that. And then, of course, as I got older, my body couldn't sleep, couldn't deal with sleeping on the ground. So we did the air mattress, and now I just couldn't do the camping thing anymore.
All right. Danny says, it's so sad the natural disasters you guys have over there. We don't know what that's like over here. We have some flooding sometimes if the rain is severe, but nothing like what you guys experience. Well, thank you, Danny. I appreciate your condolences. When I was a kid, I went through Katrina, and it wasn't, it was kind of messed up. And my family in England was very keeping in touch, and they're very concerned about me. Yeah, so shout out to y'all over there. Danny said,
Wolverine says I use a tent and a hammock. Nice call.
Danny said,
yeah, nice call on the hammock.
Danny says, when my feet start getting cold, I know winter has arrived. That's funny.
Well, for us old folks, when it's our knees they're starting to hurt, I feel it in my bones. But yeah, I think with us over here, with the country being as big as it is, and we have such as far as our climate and everything, it's so diverse with our climate. I think that's kind of what contributes to some of our, the disasters and things like that. So, it's like, where I live at, we get tornadoes, and get a lot of, don't get as much snow in the winter as what we used to, but, we get snow in the winter and all that, so, and rain in the spring and all that good stuff. So I guess it's just, what you grow up with and you get used to, and it's like I don't see how these people out on the West Coast, I don't see how they deal with the earthquakes and stuff like that. I wouldn't want to go through something like that.
Oh, I know.
And, I think, Alien, I think you can kind of understand where you're at out there on the Gulf and everything. You get hit with hurricanes, and it's just something you just become accustomed to, and just deal with it. It's just, it's just one of those things. It's just part of life.
Yeah, and Danny, I could have been born in London, but my mom's American citizen,
Mm.
and her, you know, my grandma wanted me to be born in America, and my dad's kind of goofy, or he has, just say he had a lot of problems with himself, and I was born in America, but my father was in London. But yeah, Danny, my uncle, which I've told my uncle about you, and he thinks you're cool people. Yeah, my uncle used to live in London, and basically my uncle said London was great, like back in the '80s and the '70s and all. It was really nice, down there, and also my dad had great times there. But as time went on, Danny, before we were here, it got really bad, as you know. But, so I'm glad I was born in America, though. I'm really, in spite of the hurricanes and stuff, I'm glad I wasn't over there, no offense. And also, shout out to SE with his sleep. I stayed up all night in the past with my friends at sleepovers, like down the street. And then I would just go home and sleep the whole day. But what I do now is I sleep for a couple hours and wake up. That's what I do now. And I usually go to bed a little bit earlier. And also, what happened is, yeah, Danny, we heading there to, though brother, a lot of you guys are a couple of years ahead of us, but we are heading in the same direction. Right, right. Also,
Yeah.
another thing that happened was we I know about the Gulf Coast. Eventually you get used to it and you become accustomed to it because there's so many good things about this place that override the cons. And like with the West Coast, I have a lot of subscribers and friends in the West Coast, and basically they told me their experience about the hurricane the earthquake that happened in the '90s and how scary it was and all the problems it caused. And they're due to have a really horrible earthquake over there in the West Coast, and a lot of people are going to have
Mhm.
problems. And also, yeah, the earthquakes, a lot of them are very small where you can't even feel them, and others are very violent that you can feel. And also out there, like even California, there's in spite of all the bad stuff over there, there is so hey DJ bro, good to see you. And basically what happened was there was so there's a lot of drugs, there's a lot of people in the streets, there's a lot of tents and needles. It's creepy and disgusting. But there's so many other cool things about California too that people just stay there and the weather's very nice there. And I think it's a cool area, but it's horrible with all the stuff going on with the homeless people and stuff like that. But the the Venice Beach is really nice and nice cool breeze, and it's a beautiful sunset out there. So yeah, people live in these kind of areas because the pros outweigh the cons, and you like bite the bullet, and you have a cool story to tell.
Yeah, definitely. And Danny says, I'll be honest, Islam immigration has ruined parts of this country. Please do not be fooled by them. Yeah, definitely, Danny. We see that here, especially my area. A lot of them. And, um, I mean, it's pretty obvious that their goal is conversion.
Oh yeah,
They're wanting to convert, um, people. They want to eradicate Christianity and convert people over to Islam. And for one, that's not going to happen with me. You
right,
know.
right.
So that's, I mean, we can get into the whole religion thing and all that, but I'm not going to get into that. But I just feel like a person's religion, whatever, belief you have, that's fine. That's your belief. Do you? But you don't have, I'm sorry, but you don't have a right to try and convert people, especially in a whole population, or force your religion onto others, there's one thing about, having a discussion, or, if somebody approaches you and asks you about your religion or whatever, and, sitting down and talking to them about it, whatever, that's one thing. But when you're trying to force your beliefs and trying to force your ways and trying to convert, people, no, I'm not down with that.
Absolutely stranded. And I do also think that there's like these people from the third world that are coming into these places that have been radicalized and have something against the indigenous European people and the Americans. And because there's parts of Europe that are Muslim, then they're not attacking anybody, and they're just kind of keeping to themselves. And there's other parts of in these different Muslim countries where they don't really bother with us, but these other people, as you said, their goal is to eradicate Christianity and to do their thing, and they've been radicalized, and they're from these third world countries that I believe that radicalized them to be like that. And as I said, I knew Muslims that were not like that, and some of them just keep to themselves and as regular people. But yeah, there are some, as you Eric, we all know of, that are have some nefarious motives. And in Islam, they believe that Christianity is of the book, and that we were given that, and also they're actually supposed to just leave us alone. But they're not following what their own religion says, because we are of the book,
Right.
and there's the Jews of the Torah, and they have the Quran, and also Islam says that the Christians will be granted victory over all their enemies until the end of the age. So there's parts of Islam that talk positively towards Christianity, but there's also violent things in there that they want to, they look at those parts of it and they come up with their own ideas and things. But as I said, I'm not saying that Islam is, a religion I follow or anything. And Jesus said, follow what he said. But there's some Muslims believe
Mm-hmm.
that they should just leave us alone. But you got these radical people that want to do things, and there's tons of them. And it's absolutely, Danny, I know what y'all are going through, and it's a big issue. One good thing about America is it's so big and spaced out. Would be very tedious to implement something like that because we're all spaced out. But London is just crammed in a little box, and London's a little box, and England's just a little island. So it's kind of a messed
Mm-hmm.
up situation over there. But yeah, thank you, Danny.
Right. Right. And yeah, I mean, what Danny is saying, Islam cannot coexist with other religions peacefully. If you know anything about their book, it's full of hatred for Jews and Christians.
Yes.
Muslims over here are showing their true colors now. Yeah, I know their belief, their book, and I have, even heard, uh, you know, Muslim people talk about, that, if you're basically, if you don't believe in Muslim, if you don't believe in Islam, if you don't, that you're, to unalive, to unalive anybody who refuses to convert, or to, who won't bow down to the Islamic belief. So I do know that it does say that and everything, but what, I think what I was saying was that, to me personally, I don't, if a person is Muslim, if they're Jewish, if they're Buddhist, if they're Hindi, whatever your personal religious beliefs are, that's, that's your belief. Fine. Whatever. I don't care. You worship frogs if that's what you want to do. That's your belief, whatever. But I'm not going to force my beliefs onto you. Don't force your beliefs onto me. That's the way I feel about it. And I think that's just the way it should, for everybody, that's the way it should be. But I do know, yes, Muslims, they don't feel that way. And that's why matter of fact, Obama was the one who said it. We are no longer a Christian country. Because, the United States, our country was founded on the Christian values and the beliefs and customs of Christianity. And when Obama started bringing all these Muslims in, and then made that comment about we're no longer a Christian country, that right there should have woke up a hell of a lot of people, and unfortunately it didn't.
Right.
Because I'm sorry, but a lot of the stuff here in this country that's going on right now, his behind started it.
Right.
And I'm sorry, but I think this last 3.5 years, he's been the one that's actually been, this, what we got standing at the podium, the empty suit, potato, asterisk 46, standing at the podium, he's just a puppet.
Right.
He has not been the one running this country for the last 3.5 years. And Obama even said that flat out in an interview that, after his second term was coming to an end, talking about, well, if I could, I'd like to have a puppet and I'd just be sitting in a basement, with a microphone, have a puppet in an earpiece in a puppet's ear. Well, he got his puppet. And that's exactly what he's been doing for the past 3.5 years. He's been sitting in a basement, running this country, and running it into the ground. Wake up, Americans. And in a matter of fact, not just Americans, but you know what? I'm going to say this. Christian soldiers, time to pick up your swords and shields.
Amen.
Because the devil is at our gate.
Amen. And also, yeah, Danny, there's a lot of contradictions with them, because there's peaceful things about Christianity and other parts that say they want, war with them. So there's a lot of conflict, and there's different Muslims interpret different things. And I'm glad, Danny, you've been keeping up with that. And it's unfortunate that there's Muslims that focus on those verses that you speak of. And I would, because they believe that they're a continuation of the different things, but they, Jesus was a little bit different. Like, he didn't force people to believe in him.
Yeah. Danny says we don't have problems with Hindus, Sikhs, I can't pronounce that one correct, Jews, etc. It's always Muslims. Why is that? Islam has to dominate everywhere it goes. They can't help themselves. Yeah, I agree. Yep. I'm a Christian and proud every chance. Wait, what? I got it. This heart thing's in the way. I'm Christian and proud. Every chance I get, I tell people I am. Tell Muslims every chance you get, you will not take over this country. This is a Christian country still. Amen, Danny. Yep. SC says if Trump don't win their game, I'll be another puppet. Huh? If Trump don't win their game, I'll be
No,
another
is
puppet.
they'll be.
Oh, so Wolverine's saying he'll be a puppet for Trump if Trump don't win. Gotcha.
Yeah, Danny.
It'll be another puppet.
Yeah, Danny. I do agree with that. You know, because about what their prophet did. I totally agree with you, Danny. You know, and Jesus said, you know, anybody that hurts a child needs to be thrown into the sea with a
Mhm.
stone wrapped around his neck. And, you know, and people say that in the olden times people did things differently, but, you know, we're in modern times and people shouldn't be doing that. And, you know, I don't, you know, that's not something that was, it's something that was done in Christianity. I've never heard of that in Christianity. Yeah. And Danny, I'm glad that you're keeping up with this stuff and you're doing good at refuting them. And I'm glad that you stand for Britain, our, you know, our people in Britain. It's good that there's still people like you over there. And Jesus told us there will be false prophets to come. Muhammad was one of them. Yeah. Yeah, he said there will be many wolves in sheep's clothing, and they will arise and deceive many people. And specifically, that they will say the Bible or what the Christians have was false, and they have the true version. And many religions do claim to do that. And I agree with the Muslims that the Christians will be victorious over all their enemies until the end of the age. They're very right about that. That's a fact.
Mhm.
And also, you know, the the Bible says anybody that rejects Jesus' divinity, that he was the Son of God, that he was God in the flesh, is an antichrist. So beware of the spirits of the antichrist.
Well, and the Bible also, warns against other religions,
Mm-hmm.
you know, trying to eradicate the Christians. And so the Bible does warn of that to not to bow down to other religions, that you need to stand up for Christianity. If you believe in that Jesus is your Savior and you're a Christian, you need to stand up for that and not to cower and bow down to another religion.
Right. Absolutely, Stranded. And Danny, it's okay. I've been around YouTubers that refuted their religion, and I've known them, and that's part of a subject that I talk about, not really here so much, but I've talked about it. I've been educated about it. Let's just say. So that's okay, Danny. I appreciate you doing that, and also now soon we will be ending the show. I'm just saying, and basically
Mm-hmm.
where he says Islam lies about Jesus. They say he was a prophet. They say he did not die on the cross. They say Christians believe in three gods. They say we're pagans. It doesn't stop. It's nothing but lies to them. Now there are Muslims that are saying that Jesus was crucified and rose again, but they just believe he was a prophet. And if you take the translation, I remember, in my opinion, from what I saw, if you take the translation, it does say that he was crucified, but they say something else. But their book says contrary to what they're saying, that he was crucified. And Muhammad was telling the Jews and stuff that he was not crucified because he was a false prophet, but for God to bring him closer to himself. So the crucifixion was not denied. But as I said, they do deny it. And yeah, he is God in the flesh. And the Quran even talks about how Jesus created a bird out of clay and he breathed life into it like how God did in the Garden of Eden, and that Jesus is the Spirit of God, which is called Ruh Allah. But guess what, though? They say things that contradict that, and that he was just a prophet. So it seems like a bunch of mixed up, contradicting opinions, in my opinion. So it does point to the Christianity being true, but then it says it isn't true. Even God is addressed plurally. So it says that when they're addressing Muhammad, they say, "We blessed you during your times of trouble." We is plural. So, or that if he was a false prophet, they would cut off his aorta, which is a part of the body, and that's what he felt like when he was about to be deleted. So it does point to it, but they come up. It seems like they came up with their own version of things, and it's a very gray situation. And also, we don't believe in three gods. It's say it's like water. There's a frozen version, there is a liquid version, and a boiling version. And so, a husband and a wife, they're two persons in one flesh. And one may be more
Mhm.
equal than the other. And it doesn't, we don't believe in three gods. But yeah, Danny, thank you for pointing that out.
Right. No. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely, Danny. I mean, I think that they take a lot of from the Bible, and they twist it to their own agendas. Because like you said, Alien, we don't worship three gods. It's the Holy Trinity. It's the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, which is one. Where God created himself into flesh and bone to walk among men, and then when uh, being crucified, then became which is the Holy Spirit. So it's all it's one God. We only believe in one God, but the manifestation of God becoming flesh and then becoming spirit, it's that manifestation. It's all one God.
Right.
And, and the thing, what Danny was saying about them, the Muslims talking about, that they say that Jesus was a prophet. Well, he prophesied and he spoke of prophecies. So in that sense, you could say that he was like a prophet, but no, he was not a prophet. He's the Son of God. He is the flesh and blood and flesh and bone of God. So he was not a prophet, but he did speak of prophecies and he did prophesize. But that did not. But he's still the Son of God. He's still the flesh and blood and and the embodiment of God.
Exactly.
So not a prophet.
Yeah. And also, they they say that somebody else was crucified, but now they're saying that he was crucified. So the Islamic scholars are saying it was crucified, but before they were saying somebody else took his place and was crucified instead because they couldn't let the great prophet be deleted. But it's like, God wants people to go through harsh things sometimes. He brings them out stronger. Like in a very smaller scale, like the breakup I went through made me stronger. I did not avoid it. I went through it. And also, there's many quotes where Jesus clearly stated, "He is God, I am the last," etc. And Kron stole this for their false god, right? And Baal, and the fallen angels, those demonic beings, they wanted to get people away from believing in the true Lord Jesus, so they came up with these things to try to get people away from it. So these fallen angels appeared to people to try to get them to believe in these different religions, like the aliens and stuff they see. These aliens are telling people that Jesus was a prophet. That's what the aliens are telling people. And they probably have done that before. And my theory is that there's the jinn, which are these demonic creatures that inhabit the deserts, and the jinn deceived. They lived in caves, and when he was praying in a cave, he encountered a jinn that gave him a false gospel. That's what it was.
Right. I mean,
And I'm surprised that.
well, and even in the the jinn is even uh, um warned of being as an evil spirit.
Exactly.
Because when you go back to like the like ancient Persia and stuff like that, when they talk about the jinn and everything, they talk about being uh, a being of trickery and evilness.
Hmm. Yeah, and he was such a good warlord, and they had victories over their people, and that's why I think they're able to convert so many people to it. Because if you look at it, it sounds like a jinn tricked them into this other gospel. And people at the time, there's an instance where he wanted his the what's it called the his stepson had his attractive wife he wanted, and he came up. Allah gave him a revelation where he actually can go with her, and then everybody was upset with him because he was doing something kind of nasty, and people were wondering about him because he was like doing these things. But he said, "Wait a minute, I have a revelation." It's like you're waiting in line at the grocery store, then you get a revelation that you have to cut the line. You see what I mean? It's like you're just making
Right,
up stuff to get what you want. And people will
right.
believe in the nonsense because I'm not against religion, but you could use religion to trick people into all kinds of things, probably because this being says I could do this, so we're all going to believe that I could do this, but they're just doing it to just get what they want, and people are going to believe it. It's so evil.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Danny. And remember, Stranded, he came 700 years later, and with the right revelation. I mean, God needed to lay off, the booze and get it to us sooner than 700 years. It's like he doesn't need to wait 700 years to give us a revelation. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's just. Yeah. Yeah. I.
Yeah. And also,
I mean, really, honestly, it's like sit here and you look at like the Jesus and everything, and then 700 years later, this guy's going to come along and be like, "Oh no, I know exactly what happened." No, no, you don't. Not 700 years later.
yeah.
That'd be like me sitting there talking about, freaking King Tut or something, and talking about, "Oh yeah, I know exactly what happened there." No, I don't, because I wasn't there.
And then
You know.
but he said that the Bible is the uncorrupted word of God. Then they say it's the corrupted word of God. And then they say the Bible's corrupted, and they say God's word can't be corrupted. No, Muhammad said that Christianity is true, and the Bible's true, and the Torah is true. And look to the Quran to see if their religion's true. So they contradict themselves.
Right.
And also, some people will say that Mary was a child when she had Jesus, but no one really knows what her age was exactly. And she's most it was there they say scholars think she could have been like in her 12 or a little bit older teens. I don't know if that's true or not, but usually she's depicted as a 18 to 20-year old, and I think that's probably what it was. But it wasn't the same kind of way as a person doing certain activities to get it was a miraculous miracle that she had him. But I will say that, and maybe it's like in another time period, people did something, but the Christian church in the West that was influenced by Christianity condemns that type of action towards youth to do things with them at a young age, and we are against that. But these other countries still do it, and they need to get with the program because the church is a continuation of what Jesus did. And then all of a sudden, as I said, they either told people not to do that if they did it, or they never did it in the first place. And there's nothing that says what Mary's age was exactly. That was something that Jesus and his disciples weren't having freak offs with women all the time. They were just focusing on spreading the God's word.
Right. And I just excuse me 1 second. Hold on. All right. Yeah, I just, like if you look at like the Muslim beliefs and stuff like that, when it talks about like, as far as women and stuff like that, like you're talking about, they're saying stuff like, well, when a girl, starts being able to menstruate,
Right.
that you can marry her off. Okay, well, girls between the ages of 10 and 12 is when a girl first starts to, start having her menstruation. Um, so you're talking as young as 10 years old, but, between the ages of 10 and 12. And, you can take your daughter 10, 11, 12 years old and tell her to go marry this 60-year-old man. What in your brain makes you think that that's right? And then their religion also talks about how, like, well, if your, wife does something that, is disagreeable, you, as a husband, as a man, you have the right to beat her or even unalive her. How do you think what makes you think that that's a good religion, as far as religion goes? What would, I just don't, it just boggles my brain, that, and it talks about, compares women to nothing more than like cattle to be bought, sold, traded like you would cattle.
Right.
And like it actually says that in there. That
Right.
that a woman, that you can sell or trade, if you owe debt, sell your woman. If you are in debt to somebody, give him your daughter or give him your wife to settle your debt. Why? I don't, it just boggles my brain that somebody would actually follow something like that. You know?
It's just,
And then I even saw this, and Danny could probably even attest to this because this is was going on over there in Europe, where she was 6. The father of Aisha gifted Muhammad, a 55-year-old man, to be married off with him. That says it all. She was 6. Yeah, that's crazy. That is freaking crazy. But over there in Europe were these Muslim women that they wear that full face, where they just have just the holes cut out for the eyes. You know what I'm talking about? I think, what do they call it,
yeah,
a burqa or something
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
But they're talking about over in Europe that it should be banned for them to wear those because you can't see their faces, so they can't be identified and stuff like that. And so I was watching this thing about that, and this one woman that wears that stuff. She's Muslim, and she wears that stuff, and she's talking about, well, we wear it because it doesn't sexually excite men. And it's like, I'm sorry, do you really think that, a man can't control himself? That if you have to keep your face covered up because you think that your religion tells you that men can't control themselves?
Right.
That they're just going to get, excited, quote unquote, excited, and and all this stuff. Like, what the? Come on now. Think about this for a second.
Absolutely, I totally agree. It's egregious about these horrid things that these these factions, these extremist factions of this religion do, and that is in there as Danny is pointing out. And also, it's good that there are Muslims that are not even aware of these verses and don't follow these things, and that's good for them. But these other ones that are causing problems are following this is very concerning for the Western civilization. In fact, Danny. And
I
also,
just saw this, what Danny said, Jesus and Muhammad to me is like comparing a gold bar to a lump of, yeah, agreed.
yeah. And also, Danny, I'm really glad that you brought this up, and this is a very great discussion. And I'm glad that we all are on the same page about this because I've learned a lot from. I know YouTubers that refuted the religion, Danny. I know them like they're my friends, so that's really cool. By the
Hmm.
way, I met YouTubers that refute Islam, and they became like friends of mine. So that's something else. I guess I forgot to mention from earlier. And also, Stranded, I'm gonna be ending it. So, and I want to say I'm thankful, Strand, that you called in, and I want you to call in more. And also, with Danny and SC, I want them to be on the show at some point, and we could talk about some stuff. And also, Stranded, I want to know your closing thoughts.
Oh, well, closing thoughts, great live tonight for one. But yeah, on this particular subject, like I said, I think just, um, those of us that are devout Christians, we need to, get loud and start beating the drum and start, you know, putting out the, send up the flare signal as it was that, we're we're uh, we're we need to start standing up, and we need to start saying no. We're not going to bow down. We're not going to take a knee. We're not going to allow this to happen. And I think I said it earlier. Time to pick up your swords and shields,
Amen.
because
Amen. Yeah, Stranded.
you know, yeah.
Yeah, and I really appreciate you on the show, and I liked all the different topics we talked about, and I'm glad we could talk for hours and hours straight. I mean that's incredible. We've been live for over 6 hours. We've been live for 6 hours and 30 minutes and 27 seconds. No, 6:30, and the seconds are counting. That's really cool.
I think we broke a record
Oh yeah,
for the skip.
yeah, and yeah,
we
exactly.
we've gone where no one's gone before. I think.
Yeah, Danny says exactly. Make our voices heard. Liberals stick up for their Muslims over us. It's pathetic. Absolutely, I agree with that.
Hmm.
And like
Yep.
their values don't even align with them. Like the Muslims would take them out in a minute, especially the gay people.
Yep.
They throw the gay people off buildings and stuff. So
Oh yeah, definitely.
yeah,
That's why I think it's hilarious when I see these gay people out there, protesting, with the Hamas and with all that stuff. It's like, do you know what these people would do? They don't agree with gay people. They would delete you in a heartbeat. You know, if you was over there in Palestine, you would be deleted right now. But you
exactly.
want to stick up for them? What?
It's so dumb. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Gays
It's
for gays.
what is that? Oh, I can't remember that meme. What was that meme? Um, your your beliefs don't match their beliefs or something like that. But anyhow,
All right. So yeah, thank you, Stranded, for everything. I look forward to having you perhaps the next Friday. I hope that you have an amazing weekend with you and your cats and everything, and a good weekend to you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, and good weekend to you and for everybody else. You have a good weekend. Stay safe, and God bless you all.
All right. Goodbye.
All right. Good night.
Excellent call from Stranded tonight, and excellent to all of you in the chat. We talked about so many eclectic things from the strike to, we got into radical Islam at the end, and this was really great. And I'm glad that we have a good crowd. I'm glad that Danny, you're here and chat soon. God bless y'all. Okay, and everybody have a great weekend and a good morning to all of you, and peace. Peace, everybody. And we have, let's see, you guys have a fantastic weekend. Danny, stop some time in the channel. Yeah, SC has a good channel. SC Wolverines is a really great channel. Danny, you could watch.